Oh boy. Ugh. Ugh. This is going to be interesting, as we have not done this on stream for months because the program kept exploding. So we're gonna see how this goes tonight. Howdy. Wrong hat on. Yeah. Hey. So as you can see by the cover of the game, we got Van Gogh. So we also got you. So I think we actually have every foreigner now except for what's her name, MHXX, who we don't care about. She's not real. We can ignore her. I'm actually not gonna ruin that bit, but we know what her old one is now thanks to this event. It's very stupid. So we're gonna go in here. Let's see. I go into skill levels. No one is. Oh no, someone is sponsored by the King in yellow. That's right. It's Euclid, who is not in this game, and only has a brief mention in Requiem. Yeah. For a while, people thought it was gonna be Helms. That was a really funny period in time. Let's see. So the problem we have right now is if we go down here, you can notice we can't skill level anymore. So these are Olympus mats. We had just enough to get her battery up. The other problem is that ever since they added comets with Atlantis, they have decided that in some way, shape, or form, every single foreigner needs them. And by needs them, I mean every single foreigner needs 45 to 55 comet shards for something if they're a 5-star. And all the 4-stars, all 2 of them, need 36. Yay! Character-wise, of the, like, classic foreigners, because obviously Voyager is my little son. Van Gogh's probably my favorite. She's really good. She's a really fun character and just a good unit in general. As you can see here, Van Gogh, Summer Abbey, Young Guifei, Hokusai, Abby. We have Molay in JP. The only one I think we don't just have in general on an account somewhere is Koyan Skya Darkness, who I don't really care that much about. Really, I'm not in a rush to get him. I'm probably gonna try and get Molay at least in NA now, even though I haven't really used her much in JP, because just so I can have all of them. Yep, Yang is finally usable and will continue to become stronger and stronger because they keep adding burn command codes to the game. Once I get her leveled up, I have to unlock those for her. Congrats, you have the better version of Abby, Diablo. She's still not very good. They do her dirty every time because they have to get experimental with her, and they don't like handing out buffs very often. So we're gonna see how well this runs, because in JP right now on the rerun of this event, it runs like dog shit. Get out of here. Also, for people who don't know, let me just go over here. It runs pretty good. Okay. So, this is just Lich from Granblue. It's the exact same voice actor doing this exact same voice. The difference is that while Lich is a fucking disaster, just like this one, fucking Van Gogh is a disaster in that she is, once you get to Final Ascension, she is horrifically down bad. In like a really awkward and pathetic way. It's really good. Whereas Lich will just tease you and then call you a fucking idiot, which is also great. We're gonna go in here now. Don't worry, when Van Gogh was first revealed, and we only had rough translations to go off of, people also thought from the initial description on stream that they were a boy, and then were disappointed. And then were disappointed for a whole variety of different reasons after they got over that. Because holy shit, it took an entire event to justify this character. Like, an entire goddamn event to justify this character. Anyway, welcome to one of the coolest events we've actually done in a long time. It's going to be very annoying on this run. Which luckily the only thing you're missing out on if you don't 100 complete it is the challenge quest, which is dog shit. It's a really bad challenge quest. Okay. Oh, gotta get back in the mood. Hold on. Okay. Deeper. Deeper. Further. Further. Those are the only thoughts that have occupied my mind up to this point. My polls did not go well until they very suddenly went well. This is the reverse side of the target world. A complete opaque domain, impossible to observe, is the deepest and most shallow trap to ever exist. Both the closest afterworlds and the furthest. However, it is not my duty either to invade the target world, nor to convince the war for its observation. No, my duty is merely to call them, and to remain myself. Conditions have been met. Next I will shut down my consciousness, and transfer all of my authority to myself. Goodbye. I'm sure that won't be anything bad. I'm adrift. I've been drifting here forever. It's lonely drifting all alone, so I think I'll call for them. Try again when it's just go. Yeah, that's fair. I love Nemo a lot. They're a character I really like, and I have them at MP2 on JP. Unless you really love the character, just wait till go rate up. I rolled early because I like both characters on rate up. I'm sorry, just don't. Really, they don't like Nemo. He's horribly undertuned for a bad gimmick that they will never fix at this point. Maybe get him on the rerun coming up on JP if there's a buff for him in the next 2 years. Yes, call out their names. Deeper, deeper, further, further. I will wait at the unknowable sea, within the rainbow dream. Senpai? Senpai? Time for our usual tradition with FGO, in which I give Mash a different accent and voice every single time I do this, because I forget what I did last time. Yeah, if he's not MP2, he's, just, you need him at least MP2. In comparison to, like, every other arts writer, it's really dire. He's so undertuned. Also, he has only his face cards have decent MP gen, and his NP has 3 fucking hits on an arts NP. He can't even loop as a DPS. You've been standing in the hall staring into space for a few minutes now.
Is everything okay? Do you have a stomachache? Is it the stress of tomorrow's special mission wreaking havoc on your insides?
Was I daydreaming? Maybe I'm just imagining things.
You sure? Well, that's a relief. Since we enhanced Captain Nemo's spirit origin in India, he can keep his noble phantasm, the Nautilus, the ultimate submarine, in reality indefinitely.
Yep. Yeah, he does less damage than Mandricardio if you can't get him in his gimmick. And the only fixes to that are to have a limited 4-star, which you already can't get anymore, and I don't think has had rate up anymore, or a 3-star who has an 80% chance of applying field that we won't get for a year and a half. Both his NP, 2 of his skills, and his bond CE are only at full power when they're either on water side or imaginary numbers space, which means he's a god in this event. But after that, yeah, don't.
Keep his noble phantasm, Nautilus, the ultimate submarine, in reality indefinitely.
She had one. Oh, yes, she did have one there. I forgot about that event entirely because it was 3 weeks long and was a summer 1 retread that was time limited for like fucking nothing. Oh my god. The events this year in JP have been real dire. They've basically all been, you better complete whatever lost belt is here or else you're just not getting in, and then none of them have anything to do with a lost belt. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
A good thing too, since a ship that can cross the ancient sea of gods will absolutely be crucial for the Atlantic Lost Belt mission we'll be undertaking next.
Yeah, they really have. By the way, in case you were wondering what the spoilers for this event are that they put out, it's literally just it's Nemo. And that we cleared LB4. That's it. That's why it's it's not a big deal. Surprise! We beat Lost Belt 4. It ended well. Who could have guessed? Yeah, this one takes place between Lost Belt 4 and 5, but is locked to Lost Belt 1. And the only spoiler is that Nemo is Nemo, which is kind of pointless because it literally says on Rate Up that Nemo is Nemo, and they don't do fake names anymore. So I don't fucking know. Okay, I'm actually gonna focus reading. Hold on.
However, while we do need to put Captain's ship through its paces to make sure it's all ready for the upcoming voyage, there's also a lot of other essential gear and equipment we still have to procure. So since the rest of Caldea's staff will be working on that...
Oh yeah, Nemo's fucking general pool as well, so he can just spook you even in Act 1. Another reason why you should probably roll just for Go instead if you're specific, unless you really, really like Nemo.
Captain, you and me, and a few other servants will be taking the Nautilus out on a test run by ourselves. But don't relax just because it's a test run. It's going to be an intense training exercise containing many scenarios, including a void space dive. So I wouldn't be surprised if you were feeling nervous about it, especially since we'll be conducting the exercise without many of our usual crew on the bridge.
Go is... I don't even know if I'd say arguably. Go is just, honestly, probably just the best foreigner in the game, straight up. Like, Yang is really good now that she's been buffed and they've given her all of her command codes, but Go is just insane out of the gate. And because they're foreigner, they don't have, like, they don't have gems to worry about. It's literally just items. The main thing you have to worry about is Lost Belt 5 mats for her. No, get out of my way, Mash. I don't give a... Get out.
I'm a little nervous, sure, but I'm mostly just excited. Right. To tell you the truth, I'm excited about it too. The idea of sailing the void space is a little nerve-wracking. But if it means getting to be on the crew of Captain Nemo's famous Nautilus, I'm more than happy to do so.
Go is also, probably the best support you can get for other foreigners outside of generic, like, card type servants. She also has insane synergy with Domon, who's coming up if you are rolling for him as well. Two Van Goghs and Domon can kill pretty much anything.
Speaking of which, have you heard which servants have been selected to go with us yet?
Just that they've narrowed it down to 4, and they're all swimsuit servants.
I've been told the final decision was... I forgot about Zhang Yu! Let's bring Osaka Behime, Scotty, and Zhang Yu. That's a team. Some of them are relatively new additions, so I'm a little concerned about how well they'll be able to work together.
I take it that the fact that there's just 3 of them means...
Yeah, that's right. Abby did make it to the final round, but Xian ultimately decided she wouldn't be a good fit. She'll show up in the post story instead.
Yeah. Go's best support is another Go. So there you go. The closest comparison we have to Van Gogh outside of, like, gameplay wise, is probably Super Orion, which is another, hey, here's how stupid this character is.
Trismegistus 2's suggestions this time were basically incomprehensible though, so they were difficult to interpret. Still, Da Vinci said the data made it clear that this mission would be just too much for Abby, and she wouldn't be a good fit for the kind of battles we're likely to face. Xion couldn't argue with that, so she agreed to take Abby off the roster, especially since doing so would also help conserve magical energy. It's too bad. Abby was so disappointed when they told her she couldn't go.
Yeah, considering what, if you actually have Abby and have done her interlude, considering, what's going on with Abby and her plot currently, I don't think taking her into imaginary number space filled with 500 Cthulhuan monstrosities is a good idea. It's a little, that might trigger some things.
Shame, but Da Vinci definitely knows what she's talking about. Anyway, Xion said she was going to pull an all-nighter so she could search for all of Trismegistus 2 for entropy. But if you're ready to call it a day, Senpai, you're more than welcome to turn in.
I haven't read the interlude, but I'm sure it's fine. It's really not. Abby's interlude takes place directly before the start of the Lost Belts, so that's something you should probably remember. If you're reading it, because you get a little bit going on in there. It's a bit of a prelude to the Lost Belts and a conclusion to Salem.
Mystery Souls.
Salem's really good. It's honestly probably one of our favorite chapters. It's basically just a visual novel. It has almost no combat. It's literally just what if Innsmouth was Salem, essentially.
Stare. Having trouble sleeping? Master, I really am a naughty girl. I understand being taken off the mission. Sounds like it would just be too much for me.
Yeah, the plays are the worst part of Salem, which is why they cut one out and put it in the post story.
But I still can't help but want to ride that big metal ship with you. I wish I could bring you along too, so next time I will.
That's a lie. She hasn't really, like, been in anything except the story from here. It's a Go West sequel, baby. What if we did Go West again? Don't you love that? Don't you love Go West?
Do you mean it? Of course. That's wonderful, but I still won't be able to see you for so long. I'm really gonna miss you.
She's really anxious about this, isn't she? It's not letting me tap. Hold on.
Hey, if it isn't Master and Abigail, what are you two doing up this late? Ah, okay. Yeah, of course. Wait, what are you doing here? Well, you know, Master's setting off in that big old metal whale tomorrow, right? I thought I'd paint him a treasure ship for good luck.
Sanzong's great. Go West is awful. She's way better in Camelot.
Boy, I sure didn't think I'd find that yellow foreigner looking so blue.
A yellow fort?
What? Oh, just because she's blonde, I guess? What? How about you paint with me? Me? But I couldn't. I'm just a child, and you're famous.
Nah, it said yellow. It said yellow. Shut up, chat.
Don't you worry about that. Ain't nothing quite like a picture painted by a kiddo. Besides, collaborations can be a blast too. Look at your pastels and let's make some art. Oh, that does sound like fun. Are you sure? Can I, Master? Treasure ship, huh? This would let me make a wonderful good luck charm for you, Master.
Fucking bastard. Hold on. Ah, there you go. I'm putting my mask on. Hold on. It looks cool. There we go. Ah. 100% battery. 3-turn MP damage up. Fuck it. Why not? Shansong's great. Kick Ellie up further into the dirt. True. She can loop though, I think now, can't she? Properly. You think you could... Hold on. I'm getting so distracted. It's been so long since we've done this.
Hey, Master. Sorry to ask you this right before your big practice voyage. Think you could stay up with us for a while?
Of course. You're really good with kids, aren't you?
Well, that's a load off my shoulders, hearing you say that. But hey, it's no biggie. Me and Toto-sama are just old kids at heart anyway. Besides, this foreigner class we're on's a whole nother level, right? We're supposed to be a threat to humanity and all. So if one of us foreigners is in a bind, best thing we can do is help each other out. Anyway, that's settled, let's get going. Oh, and if you get bored, you can always take a gander at the picture scrolls I painted myself.
The ones you made? Uh-oh. Porn. True, they should kick that version of Ilya at least into the dirt. We can keep the other one, even though her art still makes me uncomfy. Sorry I'm late. And by the other one, I don't mean Summer Ilya. I mean, proper Ilya with her bear. Who I often forget is in this game, actually, even though I have her in JP.
Morning! Looks like you're right on time. Well, technically, you were late by 0.008 seconds. But I'll be nice and let that slide. Now go on, get on board.
I hope you die as a worthless threat with no backing behind it. I hope your favorite servant and is only in events written by the Prisma Ilya guy is vicious and hateful. It's so good. Cutting it off and close, aren't we, ours? And you even make time for breakfast this morning. Really now, any master worth their salt would have arrived at least 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Seems that means you've got a ways to go before you can call yourself a fully fledged master. Remember, you should be graceful and diligent at all times. Oh, what the? I didn't do that. The problem is the Prisma Ilya guy can write a story. The problem is that his tastes are way too obvious, and he puts them in too many things, and that's why it's bad. Anyway, listen up. With the success of this test run, will be the clearest indicator of whether we are actually able to infiltrate the Atlantic Lost Belt. It is therefore imperative that you do not let yourself be distracted by thoughts of, oh boy, this new Nautilus is so much fun to ride, or, man, submarines are so cool, and that you maintain your focus to ensure the mission's success. You certainly haven't made it this far by neglecting your responsibilities, correct? Then you must continue to be responsible, in that responsible vein, which brings being punctual until you've made it back safely. That's all. Sir, yes, sir. Please get out of here. No, so this is around the point where they've started really working Gordy's character development. Because his like big turnaround is in LB5 properly. So he is actually saying that out of concern. Thank you for that masterful display of leadership, Gordolf. I especially appreciate your knack for brevity. There we go, that was the voice. If you had gone any longer, I would have had to remind you that further remarks, inspiring though they may be, would only end up delaying the operation's commencement. But it seems I needn't worry about that today. Haven't I already told you I've had enough of your mean-spirited interjections? I may be a devout oligarch, but I'm also a staunch pacifist.
The fact that you all are exchanging... I might have to scroll down the scrolling, oh my god. The fact that you all are exchanging such witty banter this early in the morning just goes to show what seasoned veterans you Chaldeans truly are. If you're able to be so jocular under these circumstances, it seems clear you don't need any advice from me. Yeah, we haven't really known each other all that long. Still managed to overcome all sorts of hardships together. I see. So you have shared good times and bad times alike. I suppose that's what comes from being stuck in the same boat. Pun intended. But of course, that is also exactly why this training exercise is necessary. After all, as newcomers, neither Captain nor myself are at a point where we can joke about all of you like you are able to. You can tell we've been out of the game for a long time. At a point where we can joke with all of you, as you are all able to with one another. This is a trial run is an important mission to test the Nautilus's performance and limitations. But its secondary purpose is for ours and Captain to get to know each other and trust each other better. It is my hope that they will end up just as strong a relationship as all of you, if not more so.
Well, if nothing else, I can tell you there's at least one idiot among our crew who already trusts Captain more than the rest of us. At any rate, Captain may be reticent, cold, and more likely to oil his gun than join a conversation. But given that he and ours will be working together to test the Nautilus's top speed and cornering capabilities, they simply won't be able to avoid becoming better friends. Trust me, I went through the same thing with my navigator back in the Safari Rally. He did end up canceling on me at the last minute, though. Never did find out why.
Well, it seems to me like ours is already pretty fond of Captain, so I'm sure this training exercise will go great.
Stop! I'm gonna get violent. I don't know why it does that. Where the fuck was it? Oh my god, it went so far. Alright, there we go.
Oh, then you don't find him off-putting? I guess you really are a seasoned veteran master. I must say, I'm a little jealous. Let's not forget Captain is still my servant.
Oh, I'm surprised to hear you of all people admit that jealousy, Monsieur. I do hope the all-nighter you pulled wasn't too arduous.
Oh no, I don't mind working all night. Just a little concerned about the choice of servant companions. I simply cannot figure out why Trismegistus II decided that they were the best fit for this operation.
Just to be sure, you are quite certain we can trust this machine's analysis?
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I do have to understand the equation to have faith in the results. Besides, if we were to have Trismegistus II write up its reasoning in a report, it would take over half a year to simply decipher it. So no, my concerns are not with Trismegistus II, but about the environment in which such servants will be necessary. For example, what sort of environment would lead to Abigail Williams being a recommended addition to the crew? Was removing her from the roster ultimately the correct choice? These are the sort of things that I'm worried about. I see your point, but since we can only afford to have 3 servants come along, including her really wasn't an option.
Honestly, we probably should have brought her over like, I don't know, fucking Osaka Behime. I'm just saying, probably would have been more useful actually in this situation.
Anyway, we should probably start getting ready for the next operation. It'll be a little while until we're done, so spend this time as you see fit.
There we go.
Alright, think I've said everything I want to say for now. You're lucky we only have so much time until launch. That might be the harshest scolding I've ever had in my life. I understand that. As a master, caring for younger servants is an important part of your duties. But that's no excuse for tardiness. In the mission we're about to undertake, punctuality is of the utmost importance. There's no way to save a sailor who's missed the boat, after all. So while you're on my ship...
This game is missing something? Whatever could that be?
You're on time from everything from now on, is that clear?
Well, we don't have a spiky brown-haired person with a keyblade. But we do have a tiny blonde-haired girl with a keyblade. A tiny blonde-haired girl who's larger than several adults in this game because heights are absurd.
So while you're on my ship, make damn sure you're on time for everything from now on, is that clear? Aye, aye, Captain. Oh, my Captain. My Captain? Never mind, just get to your post, Acting Commander.
Still about an hour early for you to call me that.
Consider it a little payback. Okay, Mash, stop clinging to ours like a remore and get to your post. I mean, I'm sorry, Captain. I was just reflecting on my failure to ensure Master got enough rest last night. It won't happen again. How about the other passengers? Are you all ready to set sail?
Quite a few. The biggest one is Nero. Nero is so short that canonically she would be considered like a dwarf. Medically. Yeah. Nero's really absurd, and a bunch of other adult female characters are only like an inch or two taller than Abby. Why is she so short? Don't ask me, heights are fucked up. Reminder that canonically Abby's supposed to be like 12.
I am. As I have no authority over the sea, I am happy to follow this child sea god's instructions. Indeed, I am looking forward to being treated as just another passenger. No, I'm not ready. But if Machan wants me here, then I'm gonna do my princessy best and be my usual Hiko self, even in a submarine.
Are you nervous about this, Yu? No. I'm still operating within standard parameters. I was simply thinking about my beloved, and how she thrashed about on the floor in a tantrum when her fervent requests to accompany me on this mission were denied. So, someday they'll get to be in an event together. No, they are not the same person. They're the same body, essentially. They're like different aspects of a person. It's that thing FGO does where it loves muddying the waters a bit. So it's a god inside of her body because they have similarities in lore. Yeah, they got the Summer Vegas sequence, that's true. That's definitely a thing that happened, wasn't it? Rest assured, I am perfectly able to carry out the primary directive. Master, Captain, I suggest we embark on our voyage without delay.
Excellent. Then let's get going. This is the assault submarine Nautilus. Sion, report your final assessment of the shell's pressure resistance. This is Sion at Nova Codea. No, why do I say it like that? The hull's in perfect shape, of course. So how are you feeling now, Captain? Would you say that my promise to provide a ship worthy of you has been fulfilled? Yeah, it has. Thank you, Sion of Novum Chaldea. I have not a single complaint about the ship. It's got the same amount of tension as a right whale's whiskers. Perfectly balanced. And so I believe we're ready to set sail. That is all. Woo! So good to see you in high spirits, Captain. I'm also very glad that I was finally able to keep my promise. Oh. What? Alright then. Wish you an excellent mated voyage. Do not worry about anything here while you are gone. I have your room locked up tight as a clam. Ars, I'm counting on you to take care of Captain for me while you're out in void space. While we will be unable to provide support this time, we will be rooting for you to have an experience that is truly out of this world. It's not my mouse. That's me trying to use touch controls, and it's somehow activating the skip text feature fast forward. I don't know how. So we're just gonna use the actual mouse now. I plan on it. Open the vents. Commence standard dive. Yeah, the game needs to have it, because on phones it can only use touch controls. Opening act. Submerge voyage. Deep and far. A fast forward texture. Yeah, I don't know how you trigger it. It might actually be a BlueStacks thing. I'm not sure. Correct. They, depending on the version of Artoria, they do also have a thing for the protagonists of FGO. You hold the screen on mobile. Okay. Let's just say LB6 is going to be a fun ride. It's also going to be incredibly long, and you will have to keep up. It's also going to be the only thing this game really does for like 3 months straight coming up, so, you know. You'll get a shit ton of quartz, though. I just did this on JP last night, and I hated doing it there. Okay. And of course, we have none of Zhang Yu's cards. My favorite. So fun fact, in the current version of this in JP, because there is not attack bonuses, this has like half the HP in JP currently. Oh, I love you, Zhang Yu. I love that you don't have a crit draw. I forget, is this targetable? It is. Yes, he does. Not here, I don't think. Hold on. Let's see. I don't think this version is the buff one. They do? Hold on. Holy shit, it is the buff version. Nice. It just did nothing. Because we only have 6 crit stars currently. Alright, we gotta get juice up, and then we can just wipe the field. There we go. Do that, just in case. I just noticed he's only level 80. That's fucked up. That's the first time we've seen his MP on it. Is a playable character. I don't even think there's a single Zhang Yu on like my friends list.
Don't worry, he can, in JP, he can finally loop. He just needs like 2 Scotties and a Rhaenys for most recent buff. I do, it's a shame because I really like him as a character. It's just, he's really bad. Oh, thank you, Card RNG, for favoring us. So the thing is, this event has a lot of annoying story fights. They aren't really difficult, but they're annoying. I just want his wife not to be waiting. True. Until it becomes real, I'll never forgive him from cucking you. Yeah, that's a mood. That sure is a quick focus party. What? Yeah, it's got to be a bug with this right now. I just have to remember to use my mouse. Oh boy, that skipped the entire fucking cutscene. Damn, no wonder Zhang Yu used to be the hegemon king of the Western Shu. And with me and the goddess backing up his OP and P, I don't think anyone can touch him. You suck, oh Sakabe, he may fall off a cliff. Between the goddess buffing him with her powerful rune magecraft, and me filling in the gaps, I say we got a killer team comp. I'm not so sure. Such a diverse makeup can easily lead to one becoming the proverbial Drac of all trades, master of none. Is there anything you can do to improve your noble phantasm's turnover rate, Osaka? Holy shit. It just fucking assaulted her immediately. As a berserker, Zhang Yu requires precision support to keep fighting at his peak. So I expect you will need to vary your approach in battle to find what works. Ouch! Direct and accurate constructive criticism. Okay, I'll do my gun best. So, Lord Zhang Yu, how do you like my MP? You never used it. If you like, I would be more than happy to let you and your beloved tour Hijime Castle sometime. If we have reached the end of our training exercise, I would like to request a 10-minute break. Straight up ignores her. Perhaps he did not care for you calling him Hegemon King, Osakabe. Also, your castle's defenses and Yu's noble phantasm are a poor match. Really, they do not fit together at all. No! My plan to integrate myself with him. No, this is all Baddie's fault, but unfortunately I don't have a way to say it. Yeah, Osakabe was the last General Pool 5-star assassin. They just hated assassins in general for like a year and a half. It's really weird. We just got our first like quick AoE 5-star assassin in JP. Somehow got all the other LB3 gang except for Li Shuwen, since he wasn't around when I started my count, so it's really just been suffering. Yeah, that sounds about right. Lee came out a little bit later. Lee's great. Love him. Good character. Good unit too, actually. He could be better. Because his skills are all one time, because that's his gimmick. But outside of that, really, his internals are fucking stupid. Even with a one-hit MP. You think so? Truth be told, I still have trouble making sense of the expressions of metal men. Well, if you say so, Machan, you're probably right. While Zhang Yu is clearly a cut above most berserkers, not true, I nonetheless cannot tell what he truly thinks, as I never encountered his like in Scandinavia. I will therefore be relying on your judgment even more than usual, Lars. Anyway, guess we might as well take a break too. Plus, when we're done, it'll be the perfect time for an incident. Good point. Yeah, don't be silly. Skyhawk never got a summer version. That's Scotty. Good job, Master. I saw the whole simulation from here in the cockpit, and everyone's teamwork was impeccable. And now we just relax and wait. Right. This next phase will require even more caution than usual.
We're going to simulate encountering an unexpected hostile marine force during a shallow water dive, and practice making an emergency dive to void space to evade it. What's more, we'll be doing so entirely on our own. At this point, everyone back at the Wandering Sea Chaldea base is still able to observe us, but once we make the dive into void space, we'll be completely cut off from then. It's a little nerve-wracking, but I know we'll do our best to handle everything that comes our way. On that note, I think I'll go over the navigation manual again. Just to be sure, please go ahead and relax, Senpai.
Oh yes, also, speaking of our 4 welfare assassins, I'm just gonna say this right into the mic here. If you want a welfare character that's coming up, because a lot of them are going to be good, get them the first time they show up. Because there might not be a second time for a lot of them anymore.
On that note, I think I'll go over the navigation manual again, just to be sure. Please go ahead and relax, Senpai. You know, I think I'll take a breather while I can.
Yeah, instead we're just gonna have every event be 3 weeks and have 1 week of story. Bustling around. Xiangyu's fiddling with some instruments.
And now he's gone.
Never mind, he's bringing in a big wooden crate. And he just left it there. Now he's got an inkstone and a brush. And he's scribbling something on the wall. Master, I recommend you do not interfere. As you can see, even 4 hands are not enough to handle everything that must be done.
Captain's not gonna like this, you know.
Unfortunately, I have neither the time nor processing power to explain at the moment.
Sounds ominous, but alright. Sure you know what you're doing.
Thank you, Master. Now if you'll excuse me.
Just like that, he's gone. I wonder what those symbols he wrote on the wall mean. Well, knowing John Yu, I'm sure it has something to do with his prognostication abilities. Yeah, please look forward to the next Xmas event, which looks like it's going to be announced, which will probably be in November because of LB7 coming up. That will probably be way shorter than most events, and is, I believe, LB6 locked from what we believe so far. It appears it will probably have nothing to do with LB6. Got a triple Halloween event rerun last year, and now just no reruns at all. Yep. You might actually get OG Nobu again, because Gouda Gouda is the other long-running event series, so there is a good chance that they will eventually rerun those. But it won't be. They aren't actual reruns. They're a recollection of story events. It's basically just a really quick recap story. Like, you could clear the Halloween one in just a couple hours. And basically, all they did was give you essential materials and a copy of the servant, and then the next event had everything else. Yep. So it's the Halloween event after that is where you get the MP copies for them and everything. Well, knowing Zhang Yu, I'm sure it has something to do with his precognitive abilities. His actions may seem bizarre now, but in time, we'll find out they were for good reasons for them, right? Yeah, it doesn't make it any less baffling, though. What's wrong with that berserker? The moment I take my eyes off him, he's scurrying around like some kind of oversized spider crab and messing up my ship. If we're about to undertake an operation, I'd have him swatting the deck all day. I know you're mad, but please just let him do what he thinks is best. Sorry. I'm usually much better at keeping my cool than that. Don't worry. I always make sure I know who my passengers are before they board. I understand that Zhang Yu is actually much more intelligent than he looks. I do, but... having a berserker walking about doing whatever he pleases in my delicate ship really gets on my nerves. And I mean that in a literal sense, since this Nautilus is actually a part of me. Just keep that in mind if you would. Oh, don't worry. I will. Isn't it about time, by the way? So it is. Let's get this emergency underway. Brow, brow. Training alert! Training alert! Silence on the line. Hostile Marine forces detected at 090. All sensors detect an A-class combat threat. Commencing emergency zero sail evasive maneuver. I repeat, commencing emergency sail. Zero sail evasive maneuver. We expect to emerge from void space in 12 hours. Do you read me, Novum Chaldea? This is Sion at Novum Chaldea, reading you loud and clear. Good luck, Nautilus. In transmission. Nautilus personnel, get to your emergency stations. Prepare for zero sail. All compartments, brace for turbulence. Got it, boss. Expanding Nautilus pressure hull, shockwave, resistance fury. Removing existence verification from reality space. Time to go floating together. Well, I think I'm finally starting to get nervous. Here we go. Nautilus. Go ahead. Void space, dive. Zero sail, unfurl.
Here we go.
Looks like the zero sail went out without a hitch. I'm especially glad to see Nemo's in good shape.
Oh my god, my sinuses all of a sudden. I can't do that voice all of a sudden.
Me too. The fact that you are not there to provide the upward compatibility services you usually do has made him about 30% more fired up than usual. That's Captain for you. He has his own way of handling responsibility. How about you? Think you'll be joining the next boarding exercise?
Reminder why Da Vinci is a woman in this. Da Vinci is a woman because Da Vinci decided that after they died and became a servant, that they simply wanted to create their form as the pinnacle of beauty, and thus they have decided that they are formed in the form of the Mona Lisa itself. This, however, is the second Da Vinci, which is essentially a backup because the first one got owned. So she's smaller. The first one is closer to the actual appearance.
No, I have my hands full taking care of Trismegistus too. That said, once this is all over, I would love to go on a little boating trip. But I would want to go before the bleached earth phenomenon is resolved, since that would truly be going where no humans have gone before.
Oh. An adventure with none other than Captain Nemo himself sounds delightful. Nemo sounds truly delightful. Would you perchance... falling apart here. Would you perchance have a need of the great detective amongst your crew, Monsieur?
Don't you dare... Oh. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be doing office work? It is a matter solely between master and servant. Our only place is to send them off with a smile.
Where did this foreigner come from? And why does she look like the one I saw in the strangest Hawaiian vacation of my life? Oh yeah, he was technically there. That was a weird time loop.
Me? Oh, I canceled a psych... I mean, personal matters to answer Master's summons. But since now it looks like I won't be needed at all, I plan to drown my sorrows by spending this vacation diving into the sea under the dock.
Why aren't you resident geniuses saying anything? Don't tell me I'm the one that has to point out the ridiculousness of this so-called plan.
Oh, well, Miss XX, there's something of a special case. Let's see, how can I put this? It's like she's her own contextual singularity? impossible to analyze with anything approaching seriousness. Even attempting to do so just instantly dissolves into a farce.
She's a comedy character. Agreed on all accounts. Commander. Plus, as a foreigner, things like logic and reason have little hold of her.
I see. Now I understand.
Read. No longer care.
Oh, but just to be clear, Captain is not subservient to me. He and I are equals. Oh, really? Because I thought I heard you say you were jealous for ours for getting along with him so well.
Only in the sense
That I wish Captain and I could have a traditional master and servant relationship. To be honest, I did not summon him to form a contract with him, so much as to let the phantom spirit of Nemo materialize.
Sherlock Holmes can fight, but his skills are primarily defensive. That being said, in-game, his skills are not defensive at all. He's a crit monster, which is very funny. Because he knows about it from the books. He knows Baritsu, which is a defensive martial art.
Surprised that he's also decided to switch teams, so to speak.
All that aside,
what is it you are doing here anyway? You do know that there's no space-time distorting singularity active here, do you not? Come on, Sion. That's no fair. You make it sound like I should never show up unless there's a singularity to be solved. Nah, I'm just here for the same reason I always am. I sense it to be my turn soon. Eh? Hey, Sion, just to make absolutely sure, you are sure there's nothing off about this mission, right?
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about the logic behind it. Well, what are you so concerned about, Da Vinci? All these conditions for the test run are perfect. Of course, like, what I'm describing is in gameplay. In, like, story mode, he's just Sherlock. Like, straight up. Like that's because they have to give him some form of combat ability to be a playable character in some way. So, character-wise, he gets his ass beat every time he tries to fight in the story. What are you so concerned about, Da Vinci? All the conditions for this test run were perfect. Everything from the passenger's status verification to the cargo transport went off without a hitch. The Nautilus is in excellent condition, and our crew is sailing the Void Sea, a place so dreadfully dull that the very concept of an incident taking place there is utterly unthinkable. Now that our technology for navigating it is stable, I dare say there is no safer course in all of creation. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that this training exercise is completely safe in every regard.
Yeah, exactly. I can tell just as much from the dashing figure. Ours cut as he headed off on the mission. Trust me, every bone in the Space Cop's body is telling me this test run's gonna go perfectly. You do get in events and stuff, you do get some of the greater minds hanging out. However, the problem is a lot of the greatest minds in history were kind of insane in their own way. So, it doesn't amount to a lot usually. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm off for some solo diving. Be back by dinner.
Da Vinci is, yeah, she's a little off her rocker, whenever we're not, like, in the main story, and even sometimes in the main story, she was a little bit off her rocker. There have been multiple quests relating to, well, considering Da Vinci basically wanted to be in the prettiest woman imaginable for this, and also has entire quests related to what Da Vinci finds attractive, which has an absurd range, as well as some other stuff. Also, we're literally in a story event right now. We are currently in a story event right now about Van Gogh. So that should tell you where this is going to go. I don't wish to split hairs, especially given how cautious we've been thus far. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to make double extra sure just in case.
I admit, I do feel like a black cat just crossed my path as I shattered a mirror while walking under a ladder. But...
well, I too am loath to say this. I must admit, it would be quite illogical to ignore the unintentional warnings of a heroic spirit who is inscribed into the thrones for her intuition alone.
Oops. Sorry about that. Trismegistus 2 just finished its analysis. I admit, the timing is... guys? Holmes especially, you might want to sit down.
Please enlighten us, Monsieur. What did our beloved Spiritron calculation engine have to say?
It would seem this is all a dream.
Oh, this event's, like, location chronologically is so fucking funny.
Color me true. Artemis, Paris, and Asclepius.
Also, Apollo's getting his ass beat, as he should.
Surrounded by sunflowers under the autumn sun. Today is a perfect day for painting. Spreading colors that are your own into the bright white canvas.
So the thing is, while like a character who jumps through like worlds like that would fit, since that's effectively kind of what we just saw with MHXX there. And we have a couple that do that. Musashi and Arthur effectively just jump around wherever. FGO is the most fucking up its ass about the gay little urge to buy 3 of the South Structure. I mean, if that's what you want to do, man. If FGO is the most up its ass about collaborations a gacha game has ever been, in which it will only collaborate with other properties under the Type Moon umbrella.
今回も無事に帰還できましたね。戦いは
So, welcome to the actual event. As you can see, we're on a tiered structure. Clear it out to get rewards. You redo events to get that, etc., etc. Anyway, we have to actually clear Act 1, so it's gonna be like another hour before we can actually do the event. Oh, that was one too many craft essences. Let's see, what's in here that I can burn. Those are for EXP fodder later. There's so many C's. Do we have anything in here for an event that isn't gonna rerun that I have more than one of? Get this Alex CE out of here. We can get this one out of here too. So being a fictional character isn't what necessarily would make you weak in this franchise. It would be being both a fictional character and also being very recent. Because being recent, recency bias is a real thing, and you are weaker the more recent you are.
Yeah, いらっしゃいだね、マスター君。地道にコツコツやる?
There's a reason why we have like no strong servants from American history. No, you don't get it. It doesn't matter what your lore is. If it literally doesn't matter what your lore is. If you're a recent servant in the public conscience, you're getting nerfed to fuck. Like, you do not have myth bonuses. Like, there's the Type Moon's power structure system is like a lot. Yeah. There's a lot that goes into determining what a character's like actual power structure is in Type Moon, especially in Fate. No, because fictional characters. So, like, for example, let's find. Here's, where's Fran? I just saw Fran. Where is she? So here's Frankenstein. Frankenstein is a fictional character. But she's from a well-known work of art, so her backstory does affect her abilities. However, as you can see here, her skills are actually not that high ranked because she's more recent. On average, the highest she ever hits is B. Like, both myth bonuses and actual like skill lore are it's weird. There's a lot that goes into it. Sometimes shit just doesn't make sense. I'm gonna be real. FGO jumps around like crazy on some stats, but it's not that straightforward.
そろそろクエストに戻る
Yeah, effectively, yeah, that's a really simplified way to look at it. The older you are, plus the more famous you are, plus the more real you are, equals the more powerful you are. That's why in a universe where, like, in this universe, gods were real in the past, which means, like, shit, the further back you go, the more insane you get. In some cases, being like physically old is a buff, which is weird. Also, like, yeah, older characters have to have their, like, they gain knowledge to be more modernized, but some of them just say fuck it. Like, Columbus comes back and had decided, you know what? I think Columbus comes back and goes, you know what? Actually, I get that what you're saying. I get slaves are horrible. But consider how much money I make off of them. And then just starts trying to do it again. No, because the Keyblade isn't a real thing. Historically. Of course it was. I'm not about to let Da Vinci outdo me at steering my own ship.
Now, as promised, it's time to have some fun. Great. I'll go ahead and switch gears. Today, at 13:30, the Nautilus encountered a hostile force. We are prepared. Night, Busker. Night. See you around.
Today at 13:30,
The Nautilus encountered a hostile force. We proceeded to undertake evasive action in the form of zero sail. Therefore, losing contact in Chaldea. Therefore, in accordance with a procedure for a Code 4 incident, the Nautilus is now operating independently. During this time of emergency, Master Ars will serve as the acting commander, and I, Mash Kierlight, will serve as his acting vice commander. In accordance with these regulations, we have assumed command of the Nautilus. Any objections, Nemo? This is Nemo. As captain of the vessel, I approve the change in command. You're now officially the commander, Ars. That said, the ship's captain has always retained sole authority over the ship's operations. If a captain were to order someone to get off their ship, that person would have to obey, even if they were the admiral of that ship's entire fleet. So while I'll certainly respect your orders as much as possible, I'm also going to do everything I can to keep the ship safe. Is that clear? If you issue too many strange or pointless orders, you're going to see me very, very angry.
I'm already scared without your help.
Don't worry, Ars. As long as you do your job right, I'll play along obediently as a coral fish. Now, moving on. This is going to sever my link to the Wandering Sea for just a while, just like we planned. That means I'm also going to lose my connection to Sion, effectively making me a rogue servant. I should be able to stick around longer than any average servant thanks to a direct link to the ship's magical reactor. I'll still be at risk of disappearing if I run out of magical energy.
Yeah, Fate has logic. Type Moon has some of the, like, craziest, most thought out lore like you can get from a franchise. Like, Nasu put logic behind everything, like every little thing. It's crazily thought out. You can dig through it for hours. This setting has existed since he was in high school.
Still be at risk of disappearing if I run out of magical energy. So if something happens to me, it'll be your responsibility to get everyone back to the surface. Reality space, that is. So, since we all agreed on this and everything, I guess we should form a temporary contract.
Got it. All part of the mission, right? And this is why you can summon him properly.
That was pretty different than it was with Sion. Almost feels like I got a fishhook stuck in my gullet. Anyway, this makes us officially master and servant. Though only temporarily. Maybe this will be a good time to properly introduce you all to us. Then again, you met everyone at the launch ceremony, so we can skip that if you like.
Would you like to be introduced to the Nemo series? You can skip this if you have already read their introductions in the main story. For anyone who hasn't seen it, we will be introduced to them again. Because there's a lot going on here.
Got it. Okay, everyone, gather round. This will also be a good time to introduce all of you to the passengers.
No matter how many times I see them all.
Really is a breathtaking number of people, isn't it, Senpai? Well, well, well. Now I waka understand.
God, shut the fuck up.
Let me introduce you to everyone again. This here crew is the very lifeblood of the Nautilus. I call them the Nemo series. Let's start with the Nemo Marines. They steer the ship and man the radar. For this voyage, I've got 12 of them in constant rotation. Hi everyone, hi Master, we're doing our very best, so please don't be mad if we mess up. Hi Nemo. Next, we've got Nemo Nurse. She runs the medical bay, and she's an old hand when it comes to treating injuries. Hello, I'm both a nurse and a doctor, and I sincerely hope I won't be needed at all. But if I am, rest assured that my medicine skills are all ranked A, so please don't hesitate to come see me should you get hurt.
I definitely don't want to get hurt, but if I do, it'll be great to know I'm in good hands. God, she is just reading old fucking forum posts.
Next, we usually have Nemo Baker, but she won't be joining us for this mission, since the Bora doesn't have enough space for a full kitchen. But don't worry, Master. To make up for that, she freeze-dried and vacuum-packed some yummy meals in case you get hungry. We've also got a nice selection of drinks if you care for one. And if any of your adult servants would care for a cocktail, just let me know and I'll make you one.
I'm just grateful there's anything to eat at all.
Next, we have Nemo Professor, the most eccentric of the bunch. Even I don't understand how she can be so laid back all the time, but I've given her as much of my brain power as I can afford to allocate. She'll have numerous important roles to fulfill during this exercise, including research and strategy development. Yeah, hello. I'm Nemo Professor, the one who's laid back as to apparently not merit a particularly enthusiastic introduction. You actually already heard me on the PA system earlier, so feel free to say hi if you see me around. Don't mind a little elbow rubbing either. I'm manning the computer room on this mission, but I'm not as good at steering at this ship as Da Vinci, so don't expect me to pull off crazy maneuvers or anything.
Got it.
An awkward smile. Finally, we've got Nemo Engineer. She's in charge of the engine room, which is almost literally the beating heart of the ship. She has as many responsibilities on the ship as I do, so you can think of her as a shadow captain of sorts. Be careful about giving any orders that'll strain the ship. That'll make Engineer angry, and you wouldn't like her when she's angry. The hell are you talking about, Captain Bastard? Here, I'll make it real simple. Overloading my ship is evil. Let me give you a word of warning too, Temporary Master. Only way you and your pals are gonna get to enjoy your fancy schmashy boat trips if the engine's running smooth butter. Also, it gets crazy hot in the engine room, so don't forget to send down water or some ice cream, and that won't melt too quickly on the regular. Remember, piss me off and the Nautilus is done for. The engineers improved it beyond any doubt. I see. I guess I am pretty cool. Well, me and the engineers in general. Kind of a weirdo, aren't you, Temporary Master? True. Ours' appetite for adventure is a little bigger than I was expecting. Anyhow, between the 12 Marines, engineer, professor, nurse, and me, we have 16 crew members all together. And that's the Nemo series lineup who will be manning the ship for our training exercise today. They are the heart, brains, and blood in the Nautilus, keeping it running smoothly at all hours of the day. And the better you can get along with them, the more homey the ship will be. Don't have to tell me twice. Yeah, reminder that the main character is a mecha freak, as they should be. Alright, dismissed. All hands return to your stations. God. Ugh. Don't call okay. Oh god, that's horrible. I'm not even repeating that shit. You're not wrong, but still. Hey, Captain. Those sailors aren't familiars or anything like that, right? Given how you just talked about them, I'm guessing they're clones? Could you partition your mind and give one partition to each individual personality or something? I can't go into the details too much since I'm using Sion's patented technique, but you're essentially correct. Technically speaking, they're all still me. I just divided the work involved in running the ship among them to avoid confusion and ensure there'd always be enough hands to go around. Of course, they all have their own distinct personalities, since that's the bare minimum required for them to act autonomously. Well, except for the Marines, they all have basically the same personality, and you think of them as one person sharing 12 bodies. I also gave each one of the series their own private memory space, so we really are equals in the true sense of the word. The only hierarchy we adhere to is the one required for any chain of command to function. Wowie, I know you're not making a big deal about it, but man, the Atlas Institute is really sugoi. 1 minute. Okay, I tried something similar with my origami once, but I broke my brain pretty much the same way. Anyway, now that the formalities are out of the way, it's time to get to work. No, she just said Sugoi. Thank God she didn't say that. Thank God she didn't say Sugoizing. I would have died. That was already too much. Your first job as acting commander will be to see each part of the Nautilus in action for yourself. After that, I've put together a training program for you that will brief you on the process of emerging into reality space. Finally, you'll practice undersea warfare in the simulator. I'll be joining you for that part. I know it's a lot to get through, but once you do, there will be delicious dinner waiting. Forward to our first training session together. Just what I like to hear. Alright, no time like the present to... Yeah, of course. Report. What's going on? You rang? Huh? There's an alarm going off? Sorry about that. I was just taking a break since we can't use sonar in void space. So it wasn't me. Maybe the professor did it? Professor? Nope, wasn't me either. I'm guessing it might have been the bridge. Maybe you should check the admin console there. Huh? That's weird. The sonar we use in reality space is active. Hold up, did you say sonar? As in echolocation. I'm a resident bat expert, so doesn't that mean... Yep. The alarm is telling us we're about to run aground. I knew it! Come on, Captain, what are you waiting for? Don't we gotta be all evasive starboard or something? It's okay, Asakabe Hime. We're in void space, remember? There is no ground here. I've never been able to wrap my head around this meta magecraft stuff, especially when it comes to void and reality space. Unlike my Norse mythology's dualistic worldview, other religions tend to think of the early stages of existence as primordial chaos. They saw it as arriving, seething mass of everything in the world, all mixed together: land, water, heat, cold, good, evil, and so on, thereby harboring limitless possibilities. Gee, I wonder if this will be relevant later. In one sense, void space is similar, in that it too possesses untold possibilities, But unlike primordial chaos, which accomplishes this by mixing everything together at once, I believe void space does so by being unobservable. That is to say, this is the reverse side of the world, a completely opaque domain where not even established laws of physics can be glimpsed. As a result, there is no possibility here that cannot be assumed to exist in some form. So, if it can't be observed, why are we able to see outside the window right now? Huh, an insightful question. The truth is, we are not actually seeing this rainbow-colored vortex, at least in the true sense of the word. Under normal circumstances, the reality we belong to and the void of this domain cannot interact. While we are able to see this void thanks to the zero sales engineering, it cannot overcome the insurmountable gap that still lies between us. Thus our senses are only able to experience false impressions of the void, making this rainbow sight no more than a hallucination. As a matter of fact, you and I are not even seeing the same rainbow when we look out that window. Conversely, if there were any beings who called void space home, they would no doubt be unable to observe our world as it truly is either. As long as this unsurmountable gap exists, reality space and void space will remain fundamentally incompatible and unable to interact with one another. Huh, I see. Or rather, I don't see, huh? Very well, my pupil. Listen closely. According to the god's explanation, it is impossible for us to see or touch anything that belongs to the unobservable domain. Therefore, it should be impossible for us to detect any manner of obstacle here, let alone be obstructed by one in any real sense. I believe our captain here has already said as much. Yeah, that's right. While there are technically some shockwaves in our mirror world plane of existence that could theoretically be obstructions, we've already calculated a way around them. So I'm guessing this alarm is just some kind of glitch caused by the Berserker messing with things he shouldn't. Come to think of it, Zhang Yu wasn't around for the Nemo series introductions either. I swear, what could he be thinking?
You wish to see me, Captain?
You're actually here, Zhang Yu?
I apologize for the absence, and for the insufficient explanation I am about to give you. Everyone, cover your ears. Speaking of rush transitions to 3D, hi Disgaea 6. Disgaea 6 has a lot of issues that aren't necessarily the transition to 3D to begin with. The one that immediately comes to mind is that stat growth is like fucked. You start at absurd numbers and the feeling of growth is like completely gone in that game. Like, it doesn't feel like you're making progress, which is like the entire point of Disgaea. So, you like... God, Nissa's had it real rough recently. They've been going through it. And a lot of it's their own fault, but still. Disgaea 6 was the most recent one. It was not only on Switch, it just ran very badly on Switch. Yeah, the lack of content can be blamed on the 3D transition, that's true. They also already announced 7, so you know. 7, the one where it takes place in Demon World, Japan, and all of the characters are demons except or Japanese demons except for the one cat girl, who is a sailor girl, but also a gyaru, and the villain is the evil invading armada that is destroying the idea of Bushido, and we have to bring Bushido back. And the main female character is a 12-year-old Yuki Onna CEO NEET. Anyway, that game's coming out. Everyone, cover your ears. What? Said while quickly moving to cover your ears.
Ah, my ears! What's he up to this time? Are you alright, senpai? I can't hear what anyone's saying, but I think I can, I guess. Huh? Now Zhang Yu is taking a bundle of bamboo he's holding? No, wait, it's a brush. And he's drawing something with it at incredible speed, all while continuing to shout at the top of his lungs.
There's nothing more I can do. Here, master. Take this.
Okay.
as my body will be quite unsuited for this upcoming battle. I'll have to take numerous advanced measures to prepare for it. My apologies once again for doing so with neither permission nor explanation. I implore you to hit the brakes and open the box. In the meantime, I will sleep until I am needed again, so that I may better conserve energy. Good luck, Master.
I'm not sure I can recall Jean Yu ever saying anything like, good luck before, Senpai.
Acting Vice Commander, Captain, let's stop the ship.
Were you not listening earlier, Master? There are no obstacles in void space. None. Everyone in the Nemo series agrees that this is just an equipment malfunction. The only thing we're worried about is letting that berserker jerk you around.
Even so, I'd still like you to stop the ship.
Alright. But only because you're the commander now. Engine room full reverse. Emergency stop. But, fucking hell.
Jesus Christ.
Alright, but only because you're the commander now. Engine room full speed, full stop. Emergency stop when there ain't a damn thing in the way? Fine, fine. Try and wheel, reverse. Roger that. It's gonna be a little bumpy, so you may all want to hang on. Now what? Captain? Is stopping a submarine usually this violent? No, I don't know how, but we've run aground. Hang in there, everyone. Nemo series, damage report, ASAP. Engine room here. Impact knocked a few of us out. Damn it, what idiot put a reef in void space? Infirmary here. All the equipment is still working fine, so let me know if there are any more casualties. Observation room here. We've got a huge crack in the outer shell, and we're taking on rainbows? Rainbows? For what? Computer room here. Things aren't looking great. Whatever we hit just pierced the hull and launched itself inside. Also, I'm trapped under some equipment that got knocked over. Wait, how is void space flooding in here? That shouldn't be possible. Impossible. Then our observation of void space is converging. Professor, what's going to happen if we don't do something to stop the flood? Give it to me as simple as you can. Simply, we'll be wiped. Abandon lower compartments 4 through 6. All hands, I want all bulkheads to abandon compartments welded shut. Erect an observation disruption bounded field as soon as they're done. This is just like the Costa Concordia. You're not wrong. You're really not wrong. What about Professor and the Marine? I can always clone them again. I might have to deal some mental damage from the fear and pain they'll experience, but we're just gonna let them die. Professor Marine, to the bridge, on the double. I'm saved. Yay, I'm still alive. I might have peed myself a little. Please don't hold it against me. Are you nuts? Just because you can restore them with the Nautilus's magical reactor core doesn't mean you should be so quick to use command spells. Yeah, at least everyone steering the ship speaks the same language. I'm not gonna let any of you in the Nemo series just die if I can stop it. I see. That explains a lot, actually. Thank you, Acting Commander. No, Master. What was that, Captain? Why was I drowning in rainbows of all things? Also, I think I started to lose my mind when that was happening. This shouldn't be possible, but the only explanation that makes sense is that void space is somehow observable now. Thanks, wait, France? Wait, what happened? What do you mean? I mean, it would make sense that everyone would canonically speak English, but still, actually, now that I think about that. Saying that we're like a UN-backed group. Yeah. Servants speak whatever language the master speaks. Like, technically, it makes more sense when you consider, like, Gordolf and Sherlock Holmes and Da Vinci and MASH, who's
like a Japaneseization of Matthew. And a bunch of the other like main characters. Actually, I think like out of the main cast, I think we're the only canonically Japanese character, aren't we? Now that I think about it. Because Olga's European, Romani is... We're just gonna leave that at Romani. Mash calls out to French soldiers and they attack the group because she did it in English. Okay. God, fuck, that's so far back. There shouldn't be any possible way for us to properly observe the void. If you ask 100 people to describe what they saw, you get 100 different answers, none of which you'd be able to verify in any way. So void entities always maintain their unobservability, making it absolutely impossible for reality and void to interact. At least that's how it's supposed to be, but if someone or something changed void space in a way so that everyone who observed it saw the exact same rainbow vortex, then both reality and the void would be able to observe each other. And that would cause those of us from reality and this world of void to start bugging out. Bugging out? Listen, every human sense and ability to process information we developed over thousands of years, that is, our senses and even our connection to the world, would go haywire. Think you could put it any simpler? We're all gonna go insane. Fine. Either we go completely mad, or the world around us does. More specifically, our perception of the world, or perhaps the world itself, would become twisted beyond recognition. Proving which of the two was being affected would be impossible. But either way, the result is the same. Total annihilation. Suffice to say, we can no longer look at any light coming in from outside. We can't afford to touch it, and we definitely can't let it flood the ship. As of this point, we can no longer count on Void Space's unobservability to keep us safe. The world outside the pressure hull, and is now just as deadly and hostile as the deep sea. I had no idea Void Space was so scary. Of course it is. Any kind of completely unobservable domain you can imagine was never going to be anything less than the stuff of apocalyptic nightmares. But even so, this was supposed to be the safest sea in the world to dive into, if only just because I thought we wouldn't have to worry about reefs, the bane of submarine crews everywhere. Well, so much for that. Damn it, I knew we should have at least finished developing the ship's defensive barriers. Bridger, just finished sealing off the bulkheads, and the ship's come to a complete stop. Rest is up to you. Right. First of all, we need to prepare for low-speed emergent... Oh, come on, Nani, the hell is it now? Collapsed in white ice. Are we under attack? We sure are, Vice Acting Captain. Incoming attack to the portside pressure hull. Bearing 223. The barrage looks to be about as strong as a C-rank Noble Phantasm. A C-rank Noble Phantasm? That puts it at the same league as Mori's Ningen Mukotsu or Kentoki's Golden Spark. That's bad, I'm guessing. Of course it's bad. That means we're okay for the moment. But an attack in void space? What could possibly be attacking us? Never mind how things are supposed to work here. I know, but we don't have any means of fighting back. When we sealed off the lower decks, we also lost our entire stock of torpedoes. And even if we hadn't, how are we supposed to fire them in void space? We never dreamed combat here was even possible. Let alone that we'd be forced to engage in it. Oh, come on. Keep it together. Master, wait, I just remembered. Didn't Zhang Yu also tell you to open the... It's gonna be swimsuits, isn't it? That's it. Just give me a moment. Yeah, of course. Mash's swimsuit? What's one of my outfits doing here? Wait, Master, look. There's also a note with some familiar-looking handwriting inside. Hello, Senpai. You just can't help getting into trouble, can you? Well, lucky for you, your considerate, capable Kohai foresaw such an occasion and decided to send you a secret weapon to help you out of it. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to make more than one, since your oversized mech friend, Zhang Yu, sprung the order on me at the 11th hour. Hey, do me a favor and tell him to give me a heads up about these things ahead of time next time, okay? In the meantime,
I really want to be able to deny any involvement in this latest incident, so I'll be off on the far side of the moon, snoring up on my alibi. Good luck. Yours truly, BB. This is really funny considering how this event ends. Put it on, Mash. Put it on right now. Huh? You want me to change into the swimsuit here? Don't worry. I'll just change in a flash and put up a light curtain for privacy. I can't say I'm entirely okay with this. But there, I'm all changed. Although I still don't see why. Mash? The sea. The sea is calling to me! Captain, permission to use the ship's airlock. You don't mean... I do. I don't know what BB did to the swimsuit, but I think I can move about in this sea just like any other now. So I'll go out and fend off the attacks myself. Don't worry, I'm not a shielder for nothing. It's a good thing Scotty's here and is known to transform characters into swimsuits, whether they want it or not, as of next summer. Also, yes, this Eldritch Horror sci-fi event is also a secret summer event, in case you were curious. Where is... There it is. I'm never gonna get this to level 2. No, this is a solo right now. Yeah, every swimsuit servant gives bonuses for this event, as well as every foreigner. Bitch cowards should have given Summer Abbey and Summer Hokusai double. They should have been able to double up on it. Alright. This is a very funny one. So the premise of this one is just NP constantly. Also, welcome to Void Space. This is probably one of the coolest settings we've had in the game. You can Buster. It's fine. I keep forgetting. I just did arts out of habit with her. Fucking mold Camelot. It's gonna get a lot cooler as we get further in. I don't know if... No, it might already be available by the time we get to it. I'm wondering if we're gonna see the first... I can't remember if we see the first whale yet. I think it's on the next set. Is where the first whale shows up. An enemy they have never brought back that is completely unique to this. I feel like bringing Ahab on a ship involving whales would end very badly, actually. Damn. Also, yes, this is Ortonax Mash with the swimsuit. Because canonically it takes place after the LB starts. God, I wish I could talk about the chronology of this event, but I don't want to spoil anything. It's really funny. Also, the main story of this event is mostly force support gimmick fights, if I remember. But bum 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 ba da dum ba da dum.
What is the Flying Dutchman? God, the Flying Dutchman would be a cool one. That would be a fun thing to just make a foreigner for no reason, like they tend to do. In this quest, you will form your party immediately before the battle. He's in Requiem. Great. Another servant in Requiem that we will never see again because Requiem will never come out. Time to face the music, by which I mean an angry mash.
I do have things I'd like to say about my forced swimsuit change, but I can wait until later. For now, I can at least say that this outfit BB gave us works incredibly well. Not only does it let me perceive void space as easily as I can reality space, I feel like it's boosting my physical capabilities. That said, I wasn't able to get a visual on the enemies attacking us. All I could do was flail around randomly and use my noble phantasm. It's way better than nothing. I don't even want to think about what might have happened if I hadn't had that. Then Zhang Yu and our ally from the moon must have foreseen this predicament in far greater detail than we imagined. Take it easy, Scotty. You were out so hard you were practically drooling. Very well. I think I will rest a bit longer then. Worry not. I am still listening, yes.
Poor Scotty, she doesn't have a swimsuit. Yet.
Zhang Yu seems like he would know what's going on, but he shut himself inside his room, and he isn't responding to any of our questions. The only thing he said before entering sleep mode was he was doing so to conserve energy. Yeah, looks like he was right about everything. The sections we abandoned contain our computers, navigational equipment, torpedoes, food, most of our magical energy resources. With all of them gone, Laos will only be operational for about 150 more hours. Zhang Yu must have known that maintaining servants' materialization constantly consumes small amounts of magical energy, and has taken what measures he could to make up for that. Oh, poor Arash. It's to the point of comedy at this point. I just wish she'd give us a hint about what was going to happen. Oh, they aren't even vaguely the male costumes aren't even vaguely summer themed most of the time. He's so focused at his calculations that he couldn't spare time. It's fucked up because, you know, like, judging by what they're already doing, you know Space Ishtar is going to get one. Space Ishtar is going to get one before Arash, and it's going to be really fucked up. Must have been so focused on his calculations that he couldn't spare the time. Anyway, the fact remains that if it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't be here right now. I can't believe I ever doubted you, General Zhang Yu. Ah, you made a complete 180 on him, huh? When you realize you've been wrong, you admit it as soon as possible. That's the law of life at sea. Not that it's going to make up for my idiocy now. All Nemo sigh. Oh no, they're all depressed. If you're still that optimistic about our situation, Acting Commander, maybe I need to revisit just how bad things are right now for you. Our ship has run aground on a void reef, ridiculous as that sounds, and now we're stranded. We can still move, but only just. What's more, we can only use our legs, so to speak, since our sonar and torpedoes are gone. Keep the body metaphor going, we've lost our eyes, our ears, and our arms. Now I suppose we can at least blindly stumble about. And if that wasn't bad enough, we've also been attacked by a mysterious enemy with attacks as strong as a mid-range noble phantasms. So now we need to evade this enemy and the reef without nearly enough in the way of fuel. That entire, like, section of the year was fucked up. Like, a lot of Trom was underpowered, unfortunately, but that was all characters people have been asking for a long time. Then we get the big robot man that had been one of the most hyped up servants since the beginning of the year. Bakken was there. Constantine existed, I guess. I don't fucking know. Then we got Ark. Then we got all the summer servants. Like, that stretch was disgusting. this enemy and the reef, without nearly enough in the way of food or fuel. We're left with two rather unappealing options. Wait here to die, or run around blindly until we die. So forgive me if we're not exactly bursting with enthusiasm. I understand, but things are still gonna work out somehow. Captain, the acting commander is fully aware that our current situation is dire. But we found ourselves in seemingly hopeless situations before, and have always managed to pull through. And we didn't do so alone. We wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for Chaldea's staff, their heroic spirits, and the people we met on our travels. We're here. We've already received help from the moon, despite being cut off from Chaldea. Oh, did it do it again? God fucking... So this is the bug. This is a bug with streaming mode from BlueStacks. Hold on, I can reset it. It just happens sometimes. The horror is just sometimes peeped. There we go. This is why I stopped streaming this, by the way. In case you're wondering why there hasn't been an FGO stream for a while. So remember, we're not the only ones here. There's also you, the Nemo series, Osakabe Hime, Skahawk Scotty. Suffice to say, we're far from alone. Oh no, did the horror did the horror take Saito? Yeah. I know I was kind of freaking out earlier, but with things this bad, oh my god, I'm really trying to do my part. On which note, I suppose we can no longer simply lie down on the job. It's time I got serious. You're right. I shouldn't have been so quick to succumb to fatalism. Alright then, Mash and Ars, let's look for the silver lining in these dark clouds. Well, first off, there's this bamboo scroll Zhang Yu left for us. I think this is what people in ancient China used to take notes. At any rate, it contains an incredibly detailed diagram of some sort. Looks like a navigational chart. Say, I just had a thought. Maybe that super loud yelling was actually him doing some sort of echolocation scan. Let me see that. If you're right about what this is, looks like it's a pretty intricate oceanic trench here. In fact, it looks kind of like a maze. The chart even shows our current location. The route should take, and a mark indicating what appears to be our destination. Maybe this would help us escape. I wouldn't call her, like, I don't know if I'd use the word worst. Also, thank you, the Blade Dagger, for the follow. I don't know if I would call, like, use the word worse, but she's definitely the... She's definitely the least, absurd? She's still a Black Grail Buster Looper. It's just, everything in there is pretty crazy. Also, yeah, Proto Merlin is just an Arts Merlin, which, like, Arts really didn't need. Should take, and a mark indicating what appears to be our destination. Maybe this could help us escape? As if he hadn't already helped us enough. Then again, I suppose I should expect no less from him. Still, this only makes the loss of our sonar and torpedoes all the more painful. It would be one thing if we were still repairable. With them completely gone, well... Unfortunately, we also still don't have any of the engineering know-how or facilities we would need to make new advanced electric and spiritron equipment from the machinery we still have on hand. So, Acting Commander, what do you think we should do next? Find his help. Just find help. Find help. Let's see. Normally, I'd be pretty dubious about the prospect of finding anyone in void space, let alone someone who can help us. But since we already run into reefs and enemies here, it seems clear that the usual rules no longer apply. As for the summoning option, we need to be very careful if we take that route. Like I said, it costs energy just to keep servant materialized. Honestly, keeping too many servants around would be extremely risky if the ship were in perfect condition. Not to mention, there might be circumstances where we would need to shut off the magical reactors. We also can't deny that having someone here to help us make new versions of the lost equipment would improve our situation dramatically. It's also the only strategy we can actively pursue given the current circumstances, so that alone may make it worth trying. I just ran the numbers. With Zhang Yu sleeping, we should have enough energy to keep another servant around no problem. I guess that settles it then. In that case, Ars, I have something important to tell you and a suggestion to make. Remember, we're not in a lost belt or a singularity. Void space or not, we're still in the Wandering Sea, which means we're also still on Chaldea-based premises. And while we may have suffered some significant damage, we still have the magical reactors and a servant handling computer duties. That makes this ship something of a Chaldea branch office, which means you can use the Spirit Origin Graph for this summon. So then, I can either call on a Chaldean servant, or one I formed a connection with before. That's right, which means we can summon a servant we know we can trust, who has the skills we need. Performing an additional summon during a Nautilus voyage would normally be unthinkable, but in this case, I think it's an acceptable risk. That's also why we need to be extremely careful about who we choose to summon, so my suggestion is to let the professor make that choice. Yeah, the biggest downside to Proto Merlin is that she's on the Gareth banner, which I feel really bad saying. My suggestion is temporarily activating the personnel selection routine Sion implanted into my mind to arrive at the best possible choice. The upside of this approach is that it let us almost completely eliminate any risk of making a mistake in choosing the wrong servant. Downside is, well, I've never run this protocol before, so I'm more than a little nervous. Yep, MP gauge per level per turn is being tied to MP level, but I believe it gets higher than Merlin's. The other downside is that while adding HP is better than healing, Merlin can give more HP total because of his loopableness and his healing being on his MP level. So she didn't like. It's funny though now, because now I'm just like, so where's the quick Merlin, huh? When's the when's the hated stepchild getting its Merlin? Downside is, well, I've never run this protocol before, so I'm a little more than nervous. Oh, and also, Sion has been known to make some incomprehensible personal choices before, as I'm sure you've seen for yourself, Master. Like Abby. Right, still, as General Zhang Yu's exploits here proved, there are ultimately good reasons behind those choices. So what do you think, Ars? We should probably get Abby, but, you know, we're not going to. Considering the mission was like, hey, you should probably bring Abby. Man, I don't see anything reason to refuse, so, as Captain, I officially endorse this plan to summon help. Lend me your shield, Mash. Alright, Senpai. Whoa. Class signal, is that? Whoa. Hey, Yu.
How? I heard someone summoning and thought I'd try answering. I'm Yu, a foreigner.
Yu? A character we have technically not met yet. This timeline. For some reason I have vague memories of her. If I may, Senpai, I don't believe we know this heroic spirit. Are you a court musician? Does anyone here recognize her? Judging from her clothing and her choice of greeting, it would seem she is a heroic spirit from somewhere in proper human history's Asia. But never mind that now. What happened to summoning a Chaldean servant, Professor? Yeah, this is weird. Give me a sec while I check the logs. Looks like the personal selection routine ran into an error while it was searching for aptitude, and failed to use the Spirit Origin Graph to narrow down the possible summons. That caused the Heroic Spirit control program to glitch out. Ended up summoning a Heroic Spirit from the usual throne instead. I suppose this just emphasizes how important it is to test things like this ahead of time. Lesson learned. So, we had a summoning accident. Nice SMT reference. Damn it. Our only hope down the drain. No, not yet. I refuse to give up just yet. Yu, you must be an accomplished heroic spirit, right? Would you please tell us your true name and special skills? You guys do seem like you're in a pretty tight spot, but my true name? Right off the bat? I don't know. Oh, so, I could totally tell.
Tell what?
There's genuine nobility and elegance shining, even though she attempts to hide it behind a friendly demeanor. I'll call it PDF. Princess Dominion Force, for short. As a point of comparison, I have a PDF level of 2, and hers must be at least 336,000. Oh crap, Baddie's broken. Even in Chaldea, which is its own kind of Jigoku, thanks to the high PDF princesses running around there, the only other one of a PDF level in the 6 digits is Lady Cleopatra. So this beautiful lady from China with enough PDF to rival one of the greatest empresses of all time, she can only be... yeah, I guess you're right. My true name is Yang Yu-hun, though I usually go by my nickname, Yu. Historically, I guess I'm probably better known as Yang Gufei. Oh gosh, this is so embarrassing. Nice to meet you all, I guess.
Have I heard this introduction before?
I recognize that name. Yang Gufei was known far and wide as a peerless beauty during China's Tang Dynasty, where she became Emperor Zhongzong as the queen consort. I have no idea how to pronounce that properly. They said that she met 100 men's hearts aflame in a single smile, and that she was also highly proficient in numerous fine arts. Is that why she has a musical instrument with her? Anyway, that's Yang Gufei in a nutshell. She's a beauty so stunning she influenced all of China. A true woman of the people. Reminder that canonically we would have met her around New Year's. But she had literally not appeared in a single thing until now. So stunning she influenced all of China. A true woman of the people. No, please no more. I'm nothing like that, really. I'm just a commoner. Some nondescript lychee-loving little village girl you'd find anywhere. And she's unbelievably humble too, Master. I can't help but be a little nervous around her. Still, as acting vice commander of the ship, it's imperative I ask questions that need answers. Yang Gufei, do you know why you materialized as a foreigner? Foreigners are exceedingly rare, even among the extra classes. Well, that was true once upon a time. And there's still a lot we don't know about them. All we can do is say, based on our experiences, the foreigners can turn the very laws of this world onto their head. Fortunately, Abby and Hokusai know what they are, and have kindly agreed to both keep themselves in check and help us on our mission. But what about you, Yang Gufei? Do you understand that you're a highly unusual kind of being? Are you able and willing to keep your spirit origin under control? Most importantly, are you willing to help Master Ours and us during these unprecedentedly dire circumstances? I'm happy to help answer all your questions, Ishi. That is yes. Allow me to explain. First, I'm very aware that the heroic sunwing system is meant first and foremost to keep humanity safe. Next, my spirit origin. I appreciate you dancing around it, Mash, but the fact is, historically, I'm a femme fatale so dangerous I could bring an entire nation to ruin, right? Can't deny there are some historians out there with that opinion, yes. It's fine. I don't love it, but it is what it is. Anyway, thanks to that. I do think I've been given the authority to wreak widespread havoc and destruction. Uh-oh. Still, at least in this spirit origin. I feel terrible that I ended up indirectly sparking a rebellion, and would never go around hurting people like some sort of avenger. So, since my beloved Emperor would obviously never want anything bad to happen to humanity, and I'm not about to let some strange god get away with destroying them. So yes, I, Yu, swear to make use of all the power at my command to help you, Master. You can even use a command spell on me to make sure I do just that if you want.
Jolted directly underneath the bus.
That's okay. I believe you. By the way, my name's Ars. Ars, great. Nice to meet you, Ars. Now, would it be okay if I got to work right away?
Sure? But what's this about?
I'm guessing it's because many people thought I was a great performer, but for whatever reason, I have really good hearing. You do? Does that mean you can even hear what's happening outside the ship? She. In fact, ever since I got here, I've been hearing someone outside pounding on the ship and saying, there are enemies coming. Someone outside the ship? In void space? Maybe they're the local ally we didn't dare hope for. Captain, permission to exit the ship again. I'll go rescue whoever it is that's outside. Permission denied. I can't let you go out there when we know there might be enemies nearby. If it was just me, I can move around like normal in void space too. But no, I can't. It wouldn't be safe for me to leave the ship while we still don't know what's going on. Not to worry. That should not be a problem anymore. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's... That's the wrong servant. What the heck kind of kinky stuff is happening here? There. I have transformed into my other self. I will explain later. For the time being, now that we have more personnel who can move about in void space, we should have no issue defeating these enemies and securing this mysterious being outside the ship. What is this outfit? I cannot understand why my other self would choose to dress this way. There you have it, Captain Nemo. What about a 3-person team? Guess that could work. Alright, Acting Commander. It's your call. I'll go along with whatever you decide. Sure you'll be okay, MASH. You said you couldn't see the enemy, right? I see, I see. So you're going to be fighting close quarters battles in void space, yes? In that case, if I tweak this and change that... There we go. I think I can do something to help. What kind of something? Since this place's true nature looks to be something akin to a pitch dark depths of the sea, lit by false light, I'll use the flame illusions I give off to imbue these enemies with an appropriate visual concept, thereby making them visible-ish. Basically, I'll determine the enemy's position, size, and class through the sound they make, to project a nice visual on top. That should let them fight without getting confused. It's like Yang Gufei has both a handle on our current situation, and she's best equipped to do something about it. I'll admit, I was worried about this summoning at first. Looks like we really did get the heroic spirit we needed. Perfect. Time for an annoying one. Bum. If it ever loads. There we go. Boy, this team is dog shit. One on Scotty, baby. Yeah, this one sucks. It's not necessarily like. Actually, it might be harder because I have the main interlude in mind. Uh-oh. We'll see what happens here. I'm putting my hat back on. You can't stop me. So, yeah, these have a lot more HP now. Can't MP with Scotty because she doesn't have the proper thing. This is 2 waves. So the main thing is, unfortunately, Osakabe Hime is your primary DPS here. Also, you can't actually damage them until you hit them the first time. So you have to take at least 3 turns here. Also, I hope you're excited about not being able to NP with certain characters, because that's gonna be a recurring thing throughout most of this event for specific characters.
Wow. Okay. Pop the invincibility here.
カッティングスプレーシューッとオッケーよいしょラジャー撃つぞはい撃つぞ
God, Osakabe Hime. Get to fucking 100 already, Jesus Christ. There we go. Time to throw Scotty under the bus.
さて
それもいいな。
よいしょっと
いいぞ。見せて
Do
よ。
this since she has a quick buff up.
まだまだ焦るなよ。そうだ。
Goodbye, Scotty.
足りなかったか。
ラジャー了解オッケー撃つぞファイヤー吹っ飛べロケット準備発射あいてなんの
Okay.
コンタクト
Clear this wave.
全軍突ラジャーオッケー
This isn't gonna clear the one and back, I don't think, but... Time for this really stupid MP.
こうなれ破れかぶれで突撃だえ爆撃できたのやったー終わりよき忘れなし白羅城正式ミリミリダークヘイマーやったぜチャンピオンだ
This stupid MP.
一斉操作吹っ飛べロケット準備発射
Oh boy, MP gain down, my favorite. Yep. Yeah, we have to keep... Unfortunately, we have to keep Osakabe alive no matter what, so... hold on, what is your skills you fucking do? Target focused one enemy. There we go, there's apply evade.
リロードよいしょラジャーアタック吹っ飛べ
Oh, thank God. Okay. One hit, one turn evade. Doesn't even last the whole
まっすぐ
turn.
ですねオッケーよーまっすぐですねラジャー神明凍結展開
Don't even know why I did in that order, but whatever.
多くの願いを受けた幻想
I'm
の
gonna
城
hope for a parade chain on this last wave.
もう俺だやめろさ
There we go. Battle 2. Oh boy. 2 enemies we can't hit yet. My favorite.
了解オッケー了解オッケー撃つぞ
We can NP next turn. So get ready for the actual event once we get into it, because it's been almost over 2 hours and we aren't actually in the event yet. Which is, hey, you're gonna have to do some stupid shit, and by stupid shit I mean just NP twice in a row to clear a bunch of waves because of this bullshit. Alright. Do this.
いいですよ。全軍突撃。オッケー。
Yep. A rash with the thing that raises his attack.
通信途絶。こうなったら全軍突撃。撃って撃って撃ちまく
Coach
る。
Reject.
船の桜じゃ。正式ミリミリライトフェーバー。撃つぞ。
Okay, should be in the clear now.
よいしょっと。了解。オッケー。撃つぞ。吹っ飛べ。
Oh, sucker being man, you
こ
suck.
の戦争は伝説に残る。
We're almost out.
There, I can see more void enemies in our vicinity, as well as a vast expanse of land that looks like a seabed. Good, it worked. But don't rely on this ability of mine too much. I can't visualize enemies I can't hear. Also, the topography you're seeing is a rough projection based on reverberations I picked up during your battle. I'll refine it once I can use real naval charts as a reference. In the meantime, now that the fight's over, you should save who's ever in trouble out there. Their voice has been getting weaker and weaker. I think they're still hanging on to that port side of the other hull. But if they let go... Well, anyway, try to save them before that happens, Mash. Maybe if I hold out this Gale bulk. God damn it, Scotty. Ugh, some help this goddess is gonna be. Mash, you go and look for them while I fold up a rescue team. Understood. There, I see them. Good, because I'm too nearsighted to tell. Lead the way. Right.
What a team. What a fucking team.
I see them. Shiogami Rescue Squad, you're up. Hakuro Sea Monkeys.
Oh, poor Summer Okita. No, a lot of these servants are just either made bad because they were old. I'm looking at you, Summer Skahawk. Or just, or just mediocre because you're buying them for the swimsuit. At least back in the day. Okita was made as a joke. What's that thing on my forehead? It only lasts for 20 minutes, idiots. There you go. It'll be back. I will put it back on, and that's your last one for the stream, I think. We did it, Master. We rescued them. Great. I don't think those are actually sea monkeys, though. Rescue squad, returning to ship. Requesting airlock access, Captain Nemo. Bridge here. Granted. Well, let's give our new guest a proper welcome. You know, ours, it's strange. This whole situation is utterly ludicrous, but I can't help but be kind of excited. The Void Sea is beyond deadly, and yet someone was still drifting around in it. What kind of person could do that? I wonder who it could be. We managed to rescue the mysterious castaway outside the ship. I could never have imagined in my wildest dreams who they would turn out to be. Gee. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was gonna end up disappearing into the void without so much kelp. Kelp. That's a funny word. It's really tasty, though. Kindness, thoughtfulness. I love people. Oh, right, I'm sorry. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm a foreigner servant. As you can see, my true name is Van Gogh. Uh-oh. It's a little freak. Hey, Van Gogh. Oh no, she has appeared. Watch out, it's Lich Scrambler. God, oh, there's still 2 more. For how long this intro segment is.
All hands, report! It's been 5 hours since the rescue operation. So far, there have been no further enemy attacks. Your course of action turned out to be correct, Acting Commander. Nangu Fei has been a great help, and the person we rescued is assisting us now too. Despite how hopeless seemed things before, I think we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Stop it, Captain. You're gonna make me blush. Thank you, though. I'll keep doing the best to be your eyes and ears. By the way, would it be possible for me to work outside the ship too? How did you make it so you and Osaka Behime could do that, Lady Goddess? Well, the swimsuit our ally from the moon sent us was embedded with this. I believe it is called a memory chip.
Oh no. BB brand memory chips.
There's a mysterious spell burned onto it that appears to be, if not void magecraft, then something similar. When this chip is installed into a spirit's clothing, it makes its wearer compatible with void space. Additionally, it improves their physical capabilities. However, the only servants who can make use of these outfits are those who possess swimsuit spirit origins, or have otherwise acquired a swimsuit in the past. Unfortunately, the only such heroic spirits here are Sakabe, Mash, and well, I'm sorry, but it was simply too soon for me to wear one. You must wait 2 more years. Still, if we are able to summon any other swimsuit-capable servant at some point, I can ensure their clothing is similar to void space compatible. Also, it was not too soon for you to wear one. It has been over the year requirement. I may not know much about modern-day electronics, but I can still duplicate the entire chip with my rune magecraft. Well, things from the engine room ain't looking too great. We've been lucky enough to avoid any critical damage, but the drivetrain's still messed with since we ran aground. We need to get dry docked to even begin doing something about our crazy fuel inefficiency and that loud as shit engine rattling you heard. And since we lost a whole ton of fuel, best not to expect any rapid maneuvers or speed changes anytime soon. We got beds set up for everyone in the crew compartment. Meals might be a little basic though. Most of our food supply was lost along with the fuel, so I'm afraid the servants are all gonna have to make do with just magical energy for a while. But hey, aside from that, everything's fine. We're really happy we got so many guests. Thanks everyone. And with all that out of the way, let's talk about our biggest problem. Well, mystery.
You're gonna throw more quartz at Van Gogh? Good luck.
I'm speaking, of course, of Van Gogh. Is she really the Vincent Van Gogh? And is she really on our side? Well, I tested a sample of her blood. On the magecraft side of things, her body is circulating an unusually high amount of ether at very high densities. Servant blood is already fairly different from standard blood, since its homeostatic magical energy meant to keep the servant's spirit origin working. But Van Gogh's blood appears to be a step removed even from that. While we're at it, waiting for Professor to conduct her examination, I can say that Van Gogh's spiritron composition and reactions are similar to a type of plant-based elixir.
You got Lakshmi? Yeah, that happened to me a lot. No 4-star rated, baby.
She may be a heroic spirit using a non-human body, like a special kind of homunculus for her vessel.
At least Lakshmi's getting a buff that makes her actually usable in the future, because she's pretty bad right now.
By the way, the reason I've been using female pronouns for her is because, at least medically speaking, she's 100%, well, female. That's not so unusual. That sort of thing happens in Chaldea quite frequently, does it not, unfortunately?
Just because there's a precedent for it doesn't mean it's not significant.
Hasn't there always been a clear reason for what? No!
Not at all. Usually you just make up some shit. That's a fucking stretch and a half, Nemo.
Yeah, nope.
You got him? Yo, nice, congrats.
There's always been cases where a heroic spirit's legend was lost or altered, like with Ultra or Raiko. Others were summoned as part of a unit, like Hokusai. And then there's Masashi, whose circumstances are entirely unique, and is just a girl to be one. But the common thread among all of them is that they are from time periods with very few reliable records. Sure, we can say that. It also happened again. Yeah, don't worry, I noticed. I have the screen slightly visible so I can see it. 1 second. Actually, I'm gonna test something real quick. Hold on. We're gonna test something out instead. So, what's happening is streaming mode is experimental and causing that. So if I click BlueStacks itself, I believe it will give me an upside down version of BlueStacks. Let's see. Or it's supposed to. No, it's just not showing up at all now. Hold on. Huh, that's new. Okay, I guess we don't have an option. Okay. Well, there goes our plan to find a workaround. Let's just pop it back open. And go down here. Let's get that fixed. It does not want to give me the option. That's a bug. That is a straight up bug. That's a new one, actually. It was not only so teeny, it was a black screen that I could not do anything with. Which is the real problem there. Look away. Look away. It crashed. You're now seeing why I have not been streaming FGO. The streaming mode is in fact experimental. Let's get this fixed up. Take a moment. And just watch my ears kind of bounce back and forth a little bit. There it is. Here it comes. It immediately broke. There it is. Here it comes. The problems of BlueStacks. There we go. Luckily, we can just resume from that point. But yes, you can now understand why I've been hesitant to go back to streaming this. Vincent van Gogh was a world-famous painter from the 19th century Holland and France. We have ample historical record, including his own self-portraits, and even a few photographs to confirm he was male. Well, what did she have to say about herself? You talked to her a bit, right, Mash? Well, Master? God damn it. Well. Oh boy, here we go.
You want to know what I was really like when I was alive? Oh gosh, that's embarrassing. My life really wasn't all that special. I didn't hack it as either a salesperson or a missionary. So I just mooched up. Oh my god!
I'm going to, like... It worked perfectly fine for, like, 2 fucking hours. Yeah. You wanna know what I was like when I was alive? Oh gosh, that's embarrassing. I can't go back to 14 yet. There's too many video games coming out for me to dedicate time to it. There's too much shit coming out in the next month. I want to get back to it, I really do. But I'm not paying them to do like one stream of it.
I didn't hack it either as a salesperson or a missionary. So I just mooched off my parents and my little brother, FGO. Spent all my time painting pictures that never sold. Well, lots of painters I would have loved to be friends with. My attempt to friend Gween was kind of a disaster. After that, I kind of fell into a funk, and ultimately, well, I put a gun to my chest out in the little village of Oversuros. Never would have dreamed that my paintings would be so popular a whole century later. Sorry, I can't help but smile about that. Was there anyone I loved? Of course. There was Key, who you might have heard about thanks to her famous quote, and Cian. Yeah, they were women.
Better fate than turning into severe addicts. We're not talking about it. They'll get there eventually. Maybe.
Same-sex relationships? What are you talking about? I'm a woman and Key was a... Oh. Huh. What are we talking about again?
She did sound like Van Gogh, but something seemed off.
Right. The details she shared do line up perfectly with our records of Vincent van Gogh's life. But then there are grave contradictions her gender brings up considering when Van Gogh lived. For example, the fact that Vincent is a male name, or the fact that her cohabitation with Paul Gauguin would have been a tremendous scandal back then if she had been a woman. And there are all her relationship troubles with the database lists, and all those involve other women too. I don't think she's lying to us, but she definitely seems a little mixed up about her memories. That said, she does seem to be fully cognizant of the fact that she's a woman. So, maybe she could be from a parallel world where she lived a similar life to our Van Gogh. Like Musashi. Musashi. If that's the case, I can think of 3 possibilities. 1, she's an unrelated person who truly believes she's Vincent van Gogh. 2, she is Vincent van Gogh, but her genders and memory are scrambled by a spirit origin anomaly. And 3, she's actually an enemy who's lying about being Vincent van Gogh. What do you think, Master? For all I know is that she's been extremely friendly since we rescued her. Yeah, let him do what he enjoys. If he misses out on stuff, then he does. That's just how it goes. No way! Hokusai's materialized too? Really? I'd love to meet her. I'm a huge fan of Japan. In fact, Japanese artists were a huge influence on my work. I don't know much about this foreigner stuff, but if you contract with me, I'll gladly do anything I can to help. It's a little worrying that she doesn't seem to realize she's a foreigner. At least she's not hostile. Right, in the meantime, whether she's the real Van Gogh or not, she already shared some valuable information about Void Space with us. I'm still analyzing what she's given us, but at this point it looks to be about 99.9% accurate. My hypothesis is that she was essentially born knowing things about void space by virtue of having materialized here. What's more, she's obviously already proven that she can move about void space freely without even having a compatibility chip. So we can say for sure that she possesses protections pertaining to the seas that are at least as strong as ours. Nemo's. Given those abilities as well as the information she's given us, it seems like she could be a valuable asset in battle. Since she's a servant, that decision is entirely up to you, Master. You're in charge of the ship now, after all. What do you want to do? I've got us to form a temporary contract with her. I see your mind is as made up as the sea turtle's shell is hard, Master. Oh, I guess that kind of sounded like Captain Nemo there, didn't I? For future analogies, you might want to try a sea snail's tooth. Very tough, but I digress. A temporary contract, huh? Understood. We should be able to scrounge up enough resources to keep one more servant. But that being said, everyone, would you mind excusing us for a bit? I'd like to talk with the acting commander in private. I'm afraid there goes for you too, acting vice commander. And also ask you to stand guard to make sure nobody else overhears us. Wow, this must be really important. Alright, understood. Good. Professor, put up an audio jamming bounded field for us. Not even young Gouffet should be able to overhear. Alright, Master. What I'm about to tell you is a little, well, sensitive. But if I'm going to serve you properly, I think you should know. I think I might know what that servant really, who that servant really is. Darn field's causing too much static. I can't hear a thing. Wish I knew that they were talking about. Aren't you curious, Your Excellency, Acting Vice Commander Curiolite? Mash, just Mash is fine, please. Okay then, Mash. What do you think, Captain? God, is it? Hold on. It looks fine. Wait, what happened to you? Alien Sanctuary is trying to pull you. I'm so sorry. You're doomed. You're doomed. Mash, what do you think Captain and Master are talking about all by themselves? I think they're probably just discussing some very fine particulars of the operation. So it makes sense they want to keep things confidential. I see. Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh well, what can you do? Politics is always a ridiculously complicated hornet's nest, no matter what issue or era. So instead of dull and depressing stuff like that, I'd much rather talk about something exciting like romance. Tell me, what do you think of those two's prospects? What? Yeah? Well, that's why I haven't started. Are you saying Captain Nemo and Master are, involved? I have no proof, of course. Doesn't the idea of a commander abusing their authority to have a private tete-a-tete with their subordinate just sound dreamy? Jesus Christ, girl. No. No, it does not. Hey guys, it looked like you were taking a break, so I brought you some drinks. Thank you, it looks delicious. Glug, glug. Take it. Whatever. French doesn't have rights to be spoken. Oh wow, tastes so odd. Is this modern alcohol? Sure does. That's a cocktail called a depth charge. Oh, you aren't supposed to feed Mash alcohol, idiot. These are non-alcoholic. Captain loves to chug these down when no one else is around. How? What a lovely drink everyone can enjoy. How about you? Oh, she's gonna get fake drunk again. Do you like it? Yep. Yeah, here we go. This is terrible. If I drink anything called a cocktail, whoa, I don't think I've ever seen anyone be so affected by, non-alcoholic stuff so quickly. Your face is as pink as a peach. My heart rate and blood pressure are rising rapidly. National Falcon is declining. No, if I don't do something soon, I'll be overcome with the urge to burst into the bridge and grill Master with questions. I need to shut myself down immediately, if not sooner. Button. Where's the button? Look at this. I was looking through the storeroom and happened to find this self-destruct. Sion certainly has a sense of humor, including something like this among our... Perfect, thank you, Mash. Out. Click. Ah. What was that? This is the backup computer room. Someone just activated the self-destruct device we made for April Fools. Why would... Is everyone okay? I told Sion it was a bad idea. She insisted it would be harmless. What's the damage, Marine? Everyone's hair is burnt to a crisp. Otherwise, we're fine. How can you call this fine? How are we going to fix my poor hair? Owie, my ears. Wait, this ringing isn't from the explosion. Uh-oh. Everyone can the comic relief. There's a ton of enemies headed our way. What? I'm here to help. I forgot to mention this earlier, but Void Sea monsters are actually really sensitive to sound. So if you want to survive out there, you shouldn't really make any loud noises. Sorry, I laugh when I'm nervous. Alright, which of you is ready to deploy? Mash has fainted. Osakabe is missing. Damn, she must have run away. Very well, I shall just have to go out there again myself. Marines, bring me the strongest liquor you've got. It might help me forget my shame. Even if you do with that, I still can't send out only one servant. Very well then, how about this? What's going on? Why did my outfit change all of a sudden? I embedded a void compatibility spell in your clothing. It is a little rough since you have yet to undergo an ascension, but it should be enough for you to operate outside the ship. Really? Shishi! With this new ascension form, I can help outside the ship too. I have made the executive decision to add Van Gogh to gender. Fair. She is very gender. I'd like to go outside as well. You would? Are you sure you can? Yeah. I'm already compatible with void space, and my brush is itching for some action, so... Would it be okay with you if, we formed a contract? Ours? Probably not, huh? You never attract any patrons. I trust this is okay with you, Nemo? Contracts are your domain, Master. But I can tell you, if I've had any objections to her joining the crew, I'd have voiced them before we rescued her. Vincent Van Gogh. Yeah, yes. You've got a contract. Huh? This is awesome. I promise I'll do my best. She's such a freak. Man, Granblue really did see Vincent Van Gogh and went, hey, what's going on over there? Can we get one of those? Can we grab one of them? Can we get that? How about that looks pretty good. What do we have sitting around? This skeleton that nobody's used in years? Okay, we want arts for this. Hawaii. The return of 111 Summer Scott. I mean Scotty. Don't worry, she'll be just as useless here. Don't worry, we only have one NP here. She can in fact take hits for one turn. So there's 9 enemies here. They're not actually that strong. Here's your Van Gogh showcase for abilities. She's still not at full power though.
Meanwhile, we want to pop this. I believe this is for fun. Yep. Here we go.
ノイチだ書きます
Even Van Gogh without MP is still Van Gogh.
やっちゃうぞ虫様のように
43 stars, by the way.
Noichi 書きますほどほどにねごほか
Go kata. But I don't actually remember what this one does. Hold on. Decrease charge and gain. Oh yeah, it's her battery. But we need all enemies to actually have battery for that to get the most out of it.
書きますいいよ大盤振る舞いやっちゃうぞ
Oh wow, 101%. I can't wait to use Van Gogh's NP. That is not really a spoiler at all.
精神の導きいいよ
いいぞ見せてやるとも
ほどほどにねほどほどにね
It's so funny. I almost never see it's happening again. God damn. Oh, that looks nightmarish. Holy shit when it's moving like that. Good lord, that's some epilepsy warning shit. The horror has been peeped. I cannot escape the horror no matter what I play. Here we go. Alright.
全力
We'll actually do this to get more stars.
やれます嬉しいやっちゃうぞ
Here we go. Time. Speaking of peeping the horror, you guys ever look directly at the sun?
天帝の忌避陽大神の名において発す死ビ級は北楽シモンの帝を開きウリの軍勢をやここに将来せんいざや参り守れ打ちかかり手は寿きましょう検証ウリ気力連理
Yeah, her MP needs buff. And then again, a lot of characters' MPs need buffed.
書きます書きます
It's Kafuga.
大盤振る舞い
Yeah.
ごほか
We're not going to talk about goes because that's like the key to the entire event. It's so funny because they really did keep so much like held tight about Go. There were multiple theories about who she was that all made sense based off information we had been provided in her character, as well as multiple theories about what her Elder God was going to be based off her off all of her ascensions and abilities and dialogue. And it's like, yeah, those all make sense. Wrong. Every single thing was wrong.
買いかぶりですよ ノイチだ 書きます。やっちゃうぞ。大盤振る舞い塗って塗って。
Here we go. Have not used us. Skahak is sure is sitting there doing nothing.
そういうことないハオハオ書きます。ほどほどにね。やっちゃうぞ。
踊り足りないな。これでは。
Hooray! We won! I knew I could kick butt in combat. And I have to say, Van Gogh, you and I fight really well together. You're amazing, Van Gogh. Say, would you mind if I called you Goey? This is great. I always wanted to try collaborating with an artist from a different culture. I knew it. I cannot abide this shame. No, I must find Osakabe and drag her from hiding, whatever it takes. Why'd Batty run away again? She must have caught on to the tactic I was about to suggest.
What tactic?
We sent her out to perform reconnaissance by firing her out of a torpedo tube.
There's the main gimmick for the event proper. Well, while we're at fixing stuff, can we get Abby some better tentacles? Holy shit.
良きにしろ悪しきにしろ、人類史に功績を残した方が座と呼ばれる工事の領域、優れたマスター。
Alright, last one until I don't know if we'll be free yet. It's one of two. That would require her to not be one of the most popular original characters from our mobile game. Oh, they really hate her for no reason. It's sad.
I captured a deserter, Captain. This should make up for my crime of somehow inebriating the acting vice captain, commander, by giving her a non-alcoholic cocktail, right?
Good work, Marine, but no, it doesn't.
You there, other Marine. Have the culprit write a formal apology after tickling his armpits for 600 seconds. Aye, aye, sir. We'll tickle the heck out of him. Save me!
There they go.
Alright. Returning to the matter of Osakabe Hime serving as the focus of our groundbreaking sonar substitute.
Yeah, that's probably part of the reason. Flailing around. Although, to be fair, Abby's design itself doesn't help with that either. Oh, God. It would have been fine if they just, I don't know, didn't say her age. We could have tried to skirt around it, but fortunately it's very explicit, and her designs are very, very, the moment you fucking send her at all.
Mind all explaining how it will work? As has been recently demonstrated, void space is overrun with vicious monsters that are sensitive to sound.
That's not true. You will ascend her if you get Summer Abby, because you will have no choice in that case. And then you'll turn her into the Pope, and then she will stay the Pope.
Overrun with vicious monsters that are sensitive to sound. Excuse me, teacher. The acting commander is already lost. Allow me then. Just so there's no confusion, it's best if you think of void space we're in now as something completely different from the original void space. You see, the idea that void space was always full of dangerous reefs and monsters is simply too divergent from our current theories in Magecraft. With the information we have now, The most likely explanation is that someone tampered with this void space to make it observable, then scattered reefs and monsters all throughout it. While I'm curious as to what someone can do, and what their goal might be, it's not relevant to our current predicament. More importantly, the fact that these monsters are sensitive to sound would seem to indicate that they're well acclimated to this new void space's characteristics. It's like an unknowable chaos here divided itself into waters of Arche and monsters of Logos. Miss Van Gogh's explanation may not be entirely clear, so to elaborate. Whatever originally occupied void space seems to have split into two clear types of entities thanks to our ability to observe void space now. If we were to compare this void space to a painter's palette, both the monsters and the reefs would be made up of thick paint, and the rainbow light that now permeates the space would be made up of thin paint. The rainbow light is dangerous, so much so that just viewing it with the naked eye is risky, but it also possesses other notable characteristics. Thinking about the last guy who's tried not to get Summer Abbey in film 3 times. What would... Oh god, yeah, I forgot he did that. Oh, man. Man, fuck his luck around that time. Like, holy shit. Between that and Castoria and everything. I'm gonna bite him. Referred to as a light. But that's just it for simplicity's sake. It isn't actually light. Its luminescence is entirely illusory, which is why it doesn't illuminate anything, and refuses to let our retinas retain its true image. Like Miss Yang Gufei said, this place is essentially pitch dark. If anything, the rainbow light we're seeing now, the fin paint if you will, is more like water in its consistency. So although it has the same low density as air, it also swells, leaks, and vibrates like water, which means it's very good at carrying sound. I would also explain why these void monsters are more sensitive to sound than light. Seems reasonable. It's fine, it's balanced by him failing to get the servant he wanted right when she was done JP. Oh, that was, yeah, he did, was that supposed to be Murasaki? Was the one he just straight up never got? And these void... Yeah, okay. Was engaging in combat, to say nothing of the absurd commotion of a moment ago, will all attract enemies. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Mash. Go rest up. I'll fill you in later. So basically, this is pure submarine warfare. Hey, don't worry. I was trying to not get Abby and I failed. I assume you got her off of a, what is it? What the fuck is it? My brain all of a sudden... Yeah, GSSR. That's right. Don't worry. We rolled for Abby back when there was only 2 foreigners because we had no art supports and only had Buster supports. And then on the next GSSR after that one, we got a second copy of Abby. And then the next year, we got Hokusai. Also got Kiara twice despite... Oof. Well, at least at MP2 plus all of her buffs, she's really good, actually. We're stuck in the deep sea, devoid of light, and we basically have to find our enemies by sound alone, without making any noise that could give away our position. She's not your type. Yeah, that's fair. Fortunately, that also means we're incredibly disadvantaged in numerous ways. First and foremost, with the Nautilus in her current shape, even starting the engine could make enough sound to trigger an attack. Second, the enemies seem to generally lie immobile and only attack when they notice us. That's for sure. I was drifting around here for so long in time and they didn't do anything to me. But if you make a sound, anything from the little guys who just attacked us, seems bigger than the entire ship. It'll be like paint on a canvas. Must have been the large enemies that were blasting us with Noble Phantasm level attacks. But we still don't know exactly what those attacks were. Yep, NP buff, MLB Black Rail, and don't forget all the other buffs she got. Anyway, we know there are a lot more of them than there are of us, and if they've got us surrounded, they're just waiting for us to make a sound so they can find and attack us. Meanwhile, for our radar out of commission, Yang Gufei hearing is all we have to guide us. Black Grail, I don't know if I have it MLB. You can still use Black Grail normally without it being MLB'd. It just does slightly less damage. It's still absurd. Hearing is all we have to guide us, and with the enemy not making any sounds of their own, We have no choice but to do so ourselves. You mean like active sonar, where you send out a sound and determine your enemy's position based on how long its waves take to bounce back? That would be really, really dangerous. Right, if we were to do it right now, that would obviously draw the enemy's attention, so that option's off the table. Which is where Asakabe comes in. Her bounded field Noble Phantasm, and the divination she uses to prepare for it, are quite remarkable. In essence, she performs a fairly wide area curse-based scan to distinguish friend from foe before firing her Noble Phantasm. It's like a third eye that relies on neither sound nor sight. With this ability, we can locate our enemies while remaining completely quiet. I think it is the ideal solution. But to do that, you're gonna shoot me into Void Sea all by myself, right? That's way too dangerous for my blood. Of course we're not gonna send you out there by yourself without any way to get back. It'll just look like we are. Oh crap, now Captain's actually thinking about doing it. No, I don't want Ashina die. God, she sucks so much. You're a survivalist game expert, right? Then you must understand how important recon is. Well, I do get that. Guess I just hope for a indoor option. I see. I'll do my best to make that happen. Now, what's the radius on your bounded field scan? Let's see, it extends to about Hijime Castle's inner moat. Maybe 600 meters or so. Looks like the naval chart Lord Zhongyu left for us is at least 100 square kilometers. Damn it, that's nowhere to run! At least make sure it'll have a way to get back safe. And a reward if I pull this off. Onagaishi. I'm okay. Yep. Yeah, gee, man, that sure sounds like back when they randomly buffed Mushashi's MP for some reason, and it hit harder than Sigurd hit on dragons. How about, let's see. If I pull this off, you can use one of my command spells any way you like. That's also a direct lie. Reverse command spell play? I didn't even know that was a thing. Master, are you sure it's safe to give Osakabe Hime that much freedom? It is Batty we're talking about. Are you sure? Remember, I must mastermind a pretty badass coup as the Lord of Sujet Pyramid Himeji Castle. No, you fucked up it over and over again. Also, that was all Moriarty's scheme. Okay, Captain. If this means I'll get a do anything I want ticket, read command spell from Machan, then I'll do it. Great. That takes care of our sonar substitute. Now, our ultimate objective is to reach an escape point General Lord Zhongyu laid out for us. And our immediate goal is to seize control of every region along the way. Professor's already come up with a route, and identified 4 areas we'll need to pass through on our way to our goal. Until we can ensure a region is safe, we'll have the Nautilus remain on standby at the periphery and send out Osakabe Hime to probe the area. Once she's determined an enemy's location, we'll have her, Van Gogh, and Yang Gufei swim over and eliminate them in close quarters combat. Okay, whether it be to see or fight, you can count on Yu to help. I'll do my best too. Acting Vice Commander, Mash, you'll remain on board as our last line of defense against any extremely dangerous attacks we may face. Scout Haksani, I'd like you to work with Professor as our head of engineering. Is that alright with you two? Of course, I'll do whatever it takes to restore my honor. Is that alright with me too? But are you sure we have the time to enact this plan? As I recall, we only have enough fuel for 100 or so more hours, no? Right, but we don't have any other choice for the time being. Just have to keep working on repairs and try to think of a better plan as we go. Let's start with the region we're in right now. For better or worse, this area is fairly narrow, so it should be ideal to determine whether our strategy is viable. Once we finish sweeping the area for enemies, see how much energy we used, and who's tugging on my sleeve? Captain? Captain? Why does everyone here look like the Grand Army about to go up against General Winter? That's a perfect analogy. The fact is we're running low on resources, so we're having to power through on empty stomachs. Eh? That means we don't have any food. That's right, we don't have nearly enough food, or most importantly, magical energy. We're at it, we also don't have enough metal or chemical substances for all the repairs we need. I don't know anything about,
about ship repairs, but I think we might be fine when it comes to food and magical energy.
What do you mean?
We can just eat the Logos monsters, like I did when I was drifting around.
Yeah.
True. Also, yes, there's a lot of throwing characters under the bus in this story so far.
She's right. It turns out that the void enemies we defeated can be processed into both high purity magical energy and food. So from here on, the combat team will officially double as the resource procurement team. Alright, Acting Commander, give the order.
Codename, Imaginary Scramble. All hands, begin operation. The Great Void Sea Escape.
Ho-ho! Okay, everyone, let's get the first sortie started. No! Oh, stop it already. You really are something of a goddess yourself, right? Start acting like it. Nobody told me I was gonna be tethered to the ship with monster intestines.
Ew.
It's alright. The guts were collected from a large enemy, are more than strong enough to serve as a lifeline. In fact, we may even be able to use these parts to repair the ship. Be proud, Osakabe. Then all is fate is in your hands. What's so funny? Admit it, you're enjoying this, aren't you, you Baka sadist guys? There she goes.
So here's the problem. We're now actually in the event properly, finally. The downside is, see these? These are our fuel to actually do the gimmick of the event. Shiogami Battalion has been added to the request for backup. Just give me 1 second while I go out and say we're still going and we're finally past the event intro. Also, I'm tripping balls. Yeah, I clicked off the thing and it just freaks out. It's incredibly, like, fucking messy. At least we can finally, like, play the game again. Holy shit, that took so long. Also, it is really amazing that I can sit at this desk at the ER and watch a stream. What the fuck is... Wait, what? Are you working there or... Okay, good. There's just nothing going on tonight, huh? Search the Void Sea using the Void Sea scanner. Select the area you would like to scan. Select a sonar and use the resources you have collected to scan for Void Sea. Investigate the selected area and its surroundings. Areas with treasure will respawn with a faint ripple. Investigate areas near these ripples for a chance at treasure. As you investigate, your sonar may detect enemy shadows. Be aware, you will not be able to select the areas behind enemy shadows to scan. Continue your investigation by going around enemy shadows. Investigating the void space and clear Void Sea survey quests to collect void survey points. Increase the Void Sea survey gauge. Fill the Void Sea survey gauge to unlock the new main quest. Collaborate with your allies to overcome difficult challenges. Expend resources to call for backup, which will apply a special effect to enemies or allies. The effect will change depending on the ally you select when confirming your party setup. A suggested icon will be displayed on a particularly effective calls for backup depending on the quest. This is one of the coolest events they've ever actually done. Like mechanic-wise. Also, did you post the thing? Thank you. There's not much to do right now except just literally use Osaka Behime to explore the entire zone at first. Learn to clear main quest up to act. Yep, okay. So we're just in basic exploration now. So there is a specific good way to do this, but we have to expand it far enough. So now we just go in a grid. Unfortunately, Osaka Bay is set up in a way that you are always going to waste some of her zones. Collect Flotsam. And your reward is 3 Aurora Steel and Void Survey points. This is a very good event to do. This event is only a pain if you plan on 100% completing it for the challenge quest. It's not worth doing that. It's really not. Here, oh, short already. So go in. So the one we have 3. You want to complete all of them for the rewards, but this one, the very first one, drops both the things you need. How's far and so far? We just got in finally. Like after 10,000 years, it took 3 hours to get past the intro cutscene. I think for now we're just gonna fuck around and find out a little bit. Let me go event bonus filter. Event bonus, craft essence. My Merlin is all, yeah. We're not going to, for now we're just gonna go with this. If we get to farm, once we hit like just needing to go fast, we're just gonna use Voyager because he gets bonuses during this. Also, thank God they gave us a quick skill skip, because oh my God, going through this without it on JP was a nightmare the first time. Here, let's actually. There we go. Howdy. Thank you, Go. Let's just do this first. Just to show off how she's supposed to actually work. How many takes do you think it took for her to pronounce both the German and the and the old one? Ugh. It's just for the you are accidentally continually leaning into it. Alright, here we go. So she has buffed both herself and Voyager with 100% crit up.
Mm.
なんだともろいもろい。
The old ones are very powerful indeed. Also, every time she gets a quick crit while she has a curse stack, she gets a attack up. Tanoshi! Right when I said that a PT was wheeled in to be minute, uh-oh. No, hold on. We should actually do this in a fun way, so that we can get another loop of her MP going. Here we go. And we still get the overkill, baby.
僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
Ugh. Bum 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 bum. Alright, crystal shaped mind.
ヒューストン聞こえますか
古きルールこういうこともできる
Switch out Scotty for Scotty. Time lock is open. Yeah, it's 11 now. So now we can just keep playing, luckily. We're gonna do something fun. One more round until you're free. Now, at least it's been a relatively calm night until now. So we're gonna do this to get another power up on Voyager. And just see what this quick crit does before we nuke the fields. Usually it does kind of end. I would hope. Like, most people are like at home at night. Bum, ba-dum.
僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
There we go.
震え凍てつき
Ba-da-dum,
砕け
ba-da-dum,
散る時
bum,
まで
ba-da-dum.
諦めることは許さんぞ
So this event drops both of these for Osakabe. And oh god, I forgot different servants buff different things for this. Okay, and also it's bronzes. Okay. So we'll start here with bronzes. So we have to go change our setup. Yep. Just spam that node. Oh, data update. Hold on. Time to be stuck in a loading screen for a little while. Because data updates often take long. It's usually easier to just quit out than actually sit through the data update. See what I mean? For some reason, rebooting after a data update takes longer than if you just rebooted the game.
Anyway, let's get in here. Let's get in for real. Ugh.
Thank you for the silver fruit. I forgot how much stuff is just on the screen during this one. Thank you for the friend points for Van Gogh. She's doing her best. If only she didn't eat so many goddamn fucking comet shards. I know that there is a comet shard node, so I will be grinding the fuck out of that later, but I don't think we get it till like way later on in the event.
マスター様。別に虚数性リソースの切れっ端をつまみ食いなど報告ですよね。報告しますとも、これが本当の人中報告。なっちゃってご補助。
Anyway, for exploring the void, you get survey points, which are used for a point ladder. Explore it all to get everything, essentially.
いいだろう。
Here's the
特殊
event.
状況下だ。
This is the only time you can get to
物資の補
see.
給、
It
交換を
increases
許可する。
critical strength, buster critical strength,
それで
and gains you
役に
crit
立ち
stars.
そうなもの。
It also increases your attack during this stage. You do, of course, have to get a drop. Let me just double check what was in here. Boy, most of this is useless. Divine orbs are really good. There's also a farmable node for those. Twine is in here. Goddamn, gonna have to grab that. Okay. Here you go. Let's go to party support. And get you out of here, go. I said get you out of here. And we want to equip all of the taco seeds. Little octopus arms. Calamari. Okay, squid, never mind. And even though the event bonus would be appreciated, it's just still safer to just grab this. Okay, so let me double check. Shells. Oh yes, different things give different, and then Go gives all three, I think. So ideally we want one more fin. Of course, there's no way to actually, like, look at that. Let's grab... What does Nobu give as a berserker? Sharp. No. Useless. Marfa. There you go. Finn. Okay. And with that, back in we go. I think it takes, is it 30 per? No, it's actually much cheaper. Okay. So, this way.
うつべが出るかタコが出るか。
I actually should have gone one up. That was my mistake.
巨大イカだけは避けたいところだけど。
Time for free ship, baby. Let's go. Okay, so here's our first actual fight. Most of these are pretty simple. We're gonna have a specific team built for it. And you just grab whatever fucking support. And we're gonna go over to main party here. And we're gonna grab a Rash. Wherever he is. Give him the attack up C. Then we just grab one of these. Just grab our Phoebe Booba because he's got attack bonus. Chorus secret weapon. I don't want to click it that many buttons for this. Oh, I don't actually know what the HP values are going to be. We might want the attack up CE. We'll test it. We'll go with an attack up one here, and then we'll switch it over later if they don't seem that big. Let's just equip our MLB copies. And we'll equip one of the John C. And this is basically the team we're gonna do for the entire thing. Like, all you need is someone that hits really hard and on AoE. And we got attack bonuses up the fucking wazoo here, so. Ugh. Man, it's a shame Melusine didn't exist at this point, because Melusine with that with that CE from the shop plus the 100% battery would have been so funny. Since they've decided they don't want to properly rerun this event instead. Tally ho. Alright, they're not that strong. And we'll find out from this whether he can just clear it on normal damage with these attack bonuses, or whether we'll want to put a Scotty buff on him. But and smack him over the head. Okay, we'll need to buff him. That's fine. Might be better to actually just we're probably gonna break Lancelot out actually for the first time in a while. Yeah, because it'll just be easier to use Lancelot for this if we have to press buttons anyway. Because we don't have to actually move, we just have to kill him. Hold on. What is this at? That isn't at everyone. Okay, ignoring that. Off we go. Give me my rewards. Where are they? Hand them to me. Accursed loading screen. There we go. Ugh, fucking dragon scales. Worthless. And it automatically clears up whatever was in that space. And we can keep moving.
艦内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。
Free shit. My favorite. If I remember correctly, some of these can also drop more materials for traversal as well. Yep. And we keep going until we hit a red wall.
この空ちょっと重い感じ。引き上げるの疲れそうだな。
Move up here.
よし、探索用お坂部姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。
Go back. Time to farm. My 500 golden apples. No, I don't actually need those, but thank you, Scotty. Okay. And that should be enough. We don't need this. We want the battery. There we go. Don't need backup. Ah! Let's do it, baby! Let's see how quickly it will load. The game's been running a little slow since the most recent update for me, so... God damn. There we go. I know this thing is built on spaghetti code, but still.
Hey, okay, Roger, copy.
Blow up the rock-shaped mine using the power of a small dude in space.
いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッパ。
どれにしようかな。
There we go.
Hey, oh, I must
Hey, okay. Send them to hell.
僕は導く。人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッパ。
Repeat, and let's get to the next one. Luckily, you can break up the monotony of this by actually exploring, so you're not just... It's not like when you hit an event mission and it's like, grind this 13 times now.
こういうこともできる。
覚えたよ。
こういうこともできる。
見届け
And
よう。
命令との。
I must
clear it. Hi,
僕は
Master.
導く。人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッパ。
震え、凍てつき、砕け散る時まで。諦めることは許さんぞ。
That's it. The totals come out to 3,333, 4. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's workable enough. Oh, he battled back up. No, don't want to do that. Shit. Bum. We're almost to the next story session already, actually. Bum.
決めたよ。お前は古きルール。ふふこういうこともできる。見届けよ、ロジャーカピー。
Raja copy.
僕は導く。人の夢、人の望み。
And we're in the clear.
いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、ドット。
All the power of just hitting like 3 buttons and watching.
どれにしようかな。
This event is going to be a lot more interesting the further in we go.
えい、オーケー。
Primarily just because while it's really heavy on the start, most of the interesting stuff is later into it, which is a little
僕
bit
は導く。
unfortunate.
人の
But
夢、人の
it
望
does
み。
mean we get some neat stuff
い
coming
つ
up
か
later.
僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、
Okay,
ブルー、
yeah.
ドット。
The problem is that this is running concurrently in both JP and NA right now, and I will kill myself if I do both. So it's a good thing one of those is permanent.
古きルール、覚えたよ。シールズアップ。古きルール、どれにしようかな。えい、オーケ
Oh,
ー。
this will actually be funny. Hit him with this first.
ロジャー
The
カピー
bonus
見届
MP
かいま
damage.
した。はあ、大入中速度。僕は導く。人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、ドット。
Yo, rainbow drop already? Is that our 5th? Is that literally our 5th copy immediately, like 3 runs into the event? Yep. It's just that simple, guys. Just get the event CE drop right away. It's just that easy. I don't think this is actually really useful for much in the event itself. That's what I get for clicking on Discord. The horror has been peeped. Oh no. Oh no, not the horror. Anyway, it's gone. It wouldn't be an horror stream if you weren't in danger of being visibly attacked at any point in time by an unknown force. I don't really need that right now. There we go. Clear this out, and we'll be good to go.
僕は導く。人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブル
It's
ー。
so cold. Well, I'm sorry that the horror did that to you. That or the lack of a central heater. Yeah, but here it just does not reach your. Oh, that's fucked up.
見届けうん
It's way worse than I would have thought.
僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルーポット
I don't actually remember what material this quest drops. I remember some of the later missions you get having actually fairly good drop rates.
こういうこともできる覚えたよシールズアップこういうこともできる
I love being able to just mash through that shit so quick.
僕は導く
Here we
人の夢
go.
人の望みい
After
つ
this,
か
we can go
僕らは
back to
たどり
exploring
着
for a
く
little bit.
ペイルブルーポット
震え凍てつき砕け散る時まで諦めることは許さんぞ
Yo, Van Gogh Bond 3. We can go see what that line is now. Yeah, oh, this is the orb one. Honestly, I think I just grinded this node in JP for like a crazy amount of time once I got to the end of the event, because it's like Olympus maps. Alright, let's get in here.
本館は今もって
Let's
警
buy
戒
a
態勢
copy
にあ
of
る
this.
もう少し人気のある素材を集めておけばよかったか
Do we have 5 stars in here yet?
な、
No.
いやなんでもないよ単に日誌をつけていただけ
We will buy as many of these as we can, though.
どうぞ当館の物資はいつも不足し
Bum. Ba-da-dum. Okay, and now we can explore for a bit. Wow, 103 versus 28. Very, very good math there.
そこだね焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう
Fish. Big grouper. Let's go kill the grouper. Let's find our boy. Where is he? Oh, he's like way far down, actually. No, not you, Iskander. Although Iskander probably hits hard enough to do it, actually. And well, fuck it. We haven't used Iskander in a long time. No, we need someone bigger. We unfortunately, battery's just not enough there, so we need Waver. Where is Waver? There he is. Okay, let's see what this does. Actually, what am I? Who cares? Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see. Bum bum bum. Gonna launch them into the sun. Okay, man. Oh, it's a single person. This might be problematic.
他にやることないの？俺に見える。日の糸聖なる限り。
Jeez, no HP. Never mind. Thank you, Arash.
遠征は終わらぬ。我らが胸に彼方への野心がある限り、勝ち時を上げよ。愛をにおい下手いろい。
The rare Ice Scanner MP. Long ever seen.
踏んでしまったかな。
The expedition will never end. Oops, it ended. We fucked up. Get back in the torpedo tube, okay. Yay, 2 million QP. I need that. I forgot how small this first section actually is. Okay. Real quick. Oh, is it whale time? Act 1, The Unknowable Reef. We're finally back at story. Yeah, this is whale time. You guys ready for a whale? It is time for Space Whale.
Hey guys, listen to this. Professor and the goddess lady said we found a way to convert enemy carcasses from void to reality, lickety-split. Well, so what's that mean? It means we can finally eat the void monsters. Oh man, that's gonna suck for you, Master. I didn't even eat monster meat back on the mysterious island.
Yes, meat's back on the menu.
There you are, Master. Well, you look tired. Is something wrong?
Did you get groggy from one of the Nemo Marine's surprisingly strong drinks like I did? No, the Marines and I were just working out a little.
Sounds like a great way to stay fit in an enclosed space like a submarine. I'd love to join you, but first... Captain Nemo just made an important discovery, and he's called an emergency debriefing on the bridge. Come on. Hey there, Acting Commander. Thanks for playing with the Marines. I know they can be a little rambunctious sometimes. Anyway, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?
Is the good news monster meat?
The catfish is already out of the bag, huh? Well, I'll tighten up on the ship's security protocol when I get a chance. Still, situation's better than I expected. A lot better. See, we're not just going to eat or burn up the monster carcasses we collected as they are. I know Van Gogh said we could eat them as is, but it turns out she can only do that because of her unique spirit origin. When Professor took a look at the sample of Van Gogh's blood, she found it could convert void beings, that is, imaginary beings, into real ones. After further research, she managed to extract all sorts of useful real materials from void enemy carcasses. It's kind of amazing, really. And now we have a renewable energy source of organic matter, minerals, magical energy, and safe-to-eat meat. So our resource problem was solved. This kind of practical experiment has never been attempted in the history of void-related magecraft. Well, it succeeded to this degree. So yes, that's the good news. Yay. Meat. I see you're not too happy about this either. Osakabe, Hime, and Scotty were pretty stubborn about not wanting to try it. Or make you eat it either. We've certainly hunted monsters for food in the past singularities, but these things are an especially unusual case. I mean, these creatures live in a sea that drives us mad if we just look at it. I don't think we can blame anyone for being, well, hesitant. Which is why I decided to do this. Hello, everyone. Oh, it's you. I think we met briefly back at the launch ceremony. That's right, this is Nurse Baker. While she of course specializes in baking bread, she's also proficient at cooking in general. Thanks to the new magical energy we have to spare, I was able to convert part of Scotty's Magecraft workshop into a kitchen. So with the baker working her magic, even monster meat will be more appetizing than rations. At least I think so. Captain, can't you take this more seriously? Delicious food is one of the great joys of life on a ship, right? Don't worry, everyone. I'll do my best to make a yummy meal out of whatever ingredients I have to work with. It's not every day you get to go on a cruise, after all, so the more good memories you make, the better. I'm so scared, but I am feeling a little better now. So yeah, that's the good news. Now the bad news. I'm afraid there's actually two things to share here. First, we know for sure that we can't currently emerge back into reality space. I had a feeling that might be the case. Actually, we wouldn't be able to emerge right now even if the ship were perfectly fine, since the void space we're now in has no concept of depth. Well, specifically, this void space is so deep that it rejects any measurements of depth. Depth. Any measurements owed. The sense of depth that we have here now is illusory. As a result, the Nautilus cannot emerge from this place any more than it can dive deeper. Basically, the spells the Paper Moon uses to employ the necessary concepts for emergencies are unusable right now. And any attempt to move up or down either simply won't work, or they'll cause the coordinates axis to freak out and make us crash into a rocky shoal, so we have to be cautious. The hallmark of submarine warfare is its third dimension, but here it's restricted to two-dimensional plane, akin to traditional maritime warfare. So when we encounter enemies, we won't be able to dive down or sneak under them or anything like that. Alright, now that you've caught up on the first piece of bad news, ready to hear the second. Remember those giant enemies Van Gogh mentioned? Well, Sonar Hime just picked one up. Sonar Hime. Oh yeah, she's fine. Used to being a living torpedo now. Sounded more like a seasoned scout every time. You certainly know a lot of interesting people, don't you? At any rate, in reality space measurements, this giant enemy she discovered looks to be over 80 meters long. That's... yeah, okay. Yeah, in fact, it's vastly larger than the original Nautilus. Probably twice as big, if the amount of wastewater it's putting out is anything to go by. So yes, it's huge. Easily big enough to qualify as a bona fide enemy ship. Of course, you may have seen even larger enemies over the course of your travels. Technically, yeah, the first Emperor was bigger. It does tell me a lot about the trials you faced to come this far. At any rate, we should expect giant enemies like this one to bombard us with a noble phantasm-level attack, like the kind we saw before. Given the route we're taking, facing those things in close-quarters combat is inevitable. So do you think you can handle them, Master? I'll do my best, but my priority is to keep everyone safe. I agree, which is why I think we should consider sending out the acting vice commander, too. You want me to defend everyone in the close combat team against the enemy like before? That's right. You can hold your ground and close with the enemy. They shouldn't be able to target the ship either. That said, servant combat is ours domain. So we'll leave the team formation, and the timing for sending everyone out up to you. I'll make sure we all make it back safe and sound. Also, Osaka Behime's in the back of the party for some reason. So time for a fight you can't win. Fatal battle. Fish. Enemy ship. Alpha. Endurance battle. Protection of the void sea. Good whale. Okay. First things first. Can't do anything with Van Gogh. This is survive 5 turns.
In fact, you can basically do no damage.
虫様のように
Also, because your team is mashed into berserkers, you don't have to worry about mashed into foreigners. You don't have to worry about berserker damage.
ほうほういいよ
I would like to get Mash's arts cards though, so that I can actually, you know, get defenses up.
やっちゃうぞ大盤振る舞い
That's a crit.
何事えいえいおーまっすぐですねいいよ嬉しいほどほどにね
Whale.
Hi. Ho ho. Noichiro.
Moichiro. How?
いざやまい守りて踊り打ちかかりてはことびきましょう全勝ウィン記録レイほどほどにね もてなしましょう
And he goes Mash.
はしゃぎすぎちゃいました
Oh, and it broke. Teehee. 1 second. It was going so well that time. It should be over after this turn. Rapid storage. Oh, it's good to end.
モーブ先生見てくれてたかな
Whale survived. We can't hold out any longer, Nemo.
Alright, Marines. Get them out of there. Reel in their lifelines on the double. Wait, the reel's jammed. Now? This is Yang, Sonar Guifei, coming in from the site. We're dangling like fish on hooks out here. I'm hearing a lot more creatures heading our way from the 275. Looks like reinforcements. Get us out of here!
Can you get back to the ship on your own?
No way, this thing will send us flying who knows where if we try swimming away.
There's one thing I can suggest, Master. If we cut the combat team loose and use my Noble Phantasm, those of us on the Nautilus might make it out of here alive. Absolutely not.
Alright.
See how serious you are about bringing everyone back. The way things are going, we need to keep that option as a last resort. We have approximately 70 seconds until the enemy reinforcements arrive. Come on, all of you, think.
Can't hold out much longer. Ah, we're doomed. I knew we should have just stayed inside like in the room like a good Hiko. So much for my new life. Still, glad I got to meet all of you before I disappear. Don't give up yet! Just kidding. This isn't over yet. It's just a little Van Gogh for you.
You really sound confident. Are you stronger than you look? Do you have some kind of secret plan to save us? Y'all close your eyes. Huh? I'm going to release my noble phantasm. Even I don't know what'll happen once I do. It's a picture I painted when I was going through a really hard time. And I am a foreigner, after all. I'm sure if I release it, we'll make it out of this alive. This man has real cutscenes? What the fuck? Mood. Go for it. By all means. Do it, Van Gogh.
Here we go.
Now what? Computer room here. All our instruments just went haywire. Whatever this is, it shouldn't be possible. Even in void space. I can only theorize someone activated a noble phantasm on powerful reality marble. Someone on the combat team used a noble phantasm we've never seen before? Oh wait, hang on. What's this now? Yes. Our instruments are back online and, looks like things are okay there now? And confirm that the combat team is back in the safe zone. Master, Captain, if you're gonna fire the noble phantasm, now's your chance. You heard the professor. Let's do it. Choosing to take the fight to the enemy here, huh? Very brave acting, Commander. Attention, all hands. Prepare to deploy a noble phantasm attack. Of course, the ship won't be able to endure the recoil in its current state, so divert all the energy we can spare to its anti-impact shell. Our target is the enemy ship at 065. The aftershock should also drive off the reinforcements. Give it everything you've got. If you can't break through the enemy in one shot, well, I'll be sunk for sure. I always give it everything I've got. Hey, computer room. You're sure you can keep the engine intact, right? Nope, I can't. But I'll do my best to make sure it at least doesn't come entirely apart. Will that dance be enough? Scary engine lady. Hell no it won't. You mess this up and I'll be making you dance on top of whatever's left of our magical reactors. This is terrible. Professor's gonna end up as a seafood barbecue. Just a reminder, these people are still you, right, Captain? I'm just a little bit flustered. And I am in the mood for a speech. Would you mind? Definitely not. Alright, everyone. Win or lose, it all comes down to this. Well said, Captain. That's what being a sailor is all about. Start with the Triton engine. All sections, final safety checks. Go. Already got the enemy square in our sights, of course. Copy that. Distance to target and attack pattern analysis complete. Unfolding magical energy barrier. Now that's what I'm talking about. Engines 1 and 2. Keep them revved up, ready to go to the red line. Would anyone mind if I make custard pudding for today's snack? Not at all. Here goes. Whoever dares threaten the peaceful seas is going to have to answer to Captain Nemo. Great Ram Nautilus. Here we go. And then they do the thing. I don't know if there is... Yeah, there's... We have an actual MP animation for it, but we're not going to show it. What? Something like... Hold on, I think someone might be like really high. I'm gonna at least finish off Act 1 tonight, because it's getting really late, and I don't want to make much noise for much later. First off, I'm just glad you're all back safe and sound. Oh gosh, I still can't believe we made it back alive. I don't think I really understood what I got myself into before. I'm happy. I was useful. I wonder what happened back there. I think I saw something, but my brain. All I can remember is seeing something horrible. Me too. I'm not sure why, but when I try to recall what happened, my head just hurts. Is this how you react after we all managed to make it back alive from a fearsome battle? Yikes, warfare has changed a lot since my time. Young Gufei is right. This is the best possible result we could have hoped for, seeing as we didn't suffer a single casualty. That said, this victory did come at a cost. The ship's frame is only just holding together. Pressure hulls in tatters. It almost cost us our lives to stop that rainbow-colored leak. Luckily, we were able to hold it back thanks to the Nemo series and Spooktacular. But honestly, I'm not entirely sure how we're still alive. Let's just say I'm glad we've got Nurse here. We lost because we didn't plan well enough. Also, we underestimated our enemy. We were way too careless about securing an escape. We might have succeeded at removing the giant enemy blocking our way, but only at the cost of the Nautilus being stuck as a beached whale. To get moving again, we'll need to collect everything we can from the area, put it all towards fixing the ship. And since the next areas are only going to get bigger, well, we need to really focus on resource collection. First, we'll have to use what parts we have to get the Nautilus ready to sail Void Sea again. We need to focus on silent running and storage space for our extra resources. At the same time, we'll also need to expand our options for Void Sea warfare. Once we have more magical energy, we can and should bring in more servants to help us. That said, it's now clear that attacking those giant enemies with servants in close combat is a fool's errand. We shouldn't even bother trying to do so for any longer. It's going to be absolutely essential that we find a new supply of torpedoes somewhere. I'm afraid we can no longer afford to accommodate passengers. You're all now part of this ship's crew, and I'm going to work you accordingly. Be ready.
I don't want to work.
There's no way to treat a goddess, but very well. I have plenty of skill and experience helping mortals, so I will do what I must. In particular, I'm guessing the 2 foreigners will be key to making our way out of this Void Sea, so I'll be counting on you more now than ever.
Of course. Unskilled though I may be, I'm happy to help any way I can. I'd like to help too. I don't know if I can.
You said you don't remember how to use your noble phantasm?
Uh-huh. I was so caught up in the moment that I never understood exactly how I was using my noble phantasm, or what its effects were. I'm sorry. I really am useless. The only thing I'm good for is eating monsters and, expelling them as magical energy.
I appreciate the thought, but no.
Oh, how about my blood instead?
You can have as much of it as you like if it'll help. Then go. For the time being, your job will be to help the research acquisition team and to cooperate with Professor and Nurse's tests. We should have enough blood for you from now, but if we do need more, we'll be sure to ask. I'd love to see one of your paintings someday.
I got a job! And praise! Well, this is amazing! I promise I'll do my best.
Okay, team. You're dismissed for now. We need to talk strategy.
Got a job. Steady work. Income. So cool. I'm going to do my very best. Goey. Lady Young Gufei. Are you hugging me from behind? It's so great how well you're fitting in here. It really gets you motivated, doesn't it? I know it is for me. I look forward to working together. Yeah. I do too, Lady Young Gufei. Good luck remembering how to use your noble phantasm properly. I'm rooting for you. Why did that painting make that happen? What is a foreigner, anyway? What am I?
Oh no. Give me the SQ. Thank you. All-out battle cry has been requested for backup. Unlock with over 13,000 void survey points. So clear the rest of the area. Let me just check this real quick.
新しい戦いに向けていろいろなサーバントを育成しましょう。サーバントの皆さんの特徴は様々です。ここぞという時に頼りになる方ばかりですので。
Defeat 3 servants of heaven. Alright. Let's get this. Let's get these done. Bum. What? Okay, that is not a bug. That was a hard crash. See? the game hard crashed. I don't know what caused it since we were just sitting on the menu, but it just exploded. Van Gogh is too powerful. She's corrupting the game. Yeah. So we're gonna do those. So we need to do 3 frame points, and then I think we can just run the Saber Altar node in Fuyuki real quick. And then we'll do a single roll to end off the night here. Who's on rate up right now, by the way? Is it still both? I think it's still both for a couple days, isn't it? I would like to know. There we go. Oh, it's just Nemo today. Yeah, that's fine. God, I forgot how long they make you wait for Go. Let's get out of here. Holy shit, that's loading slow. Main record 1. Fuyuki. Check real quick. It's not even gonna show me. Great. Yeah. Nemo is a great character, and they're a fun little dude. They're not a very good unit, unfortunately. Let's get. You're still at like 5 because I can't actually farm with you yet. We'll get there. I think, yeah, Maeve was close to 1. We'll put Yang in the back. So the cool thing about Nemo is that Nemo actually has voice lines for all the members of the Nemo crew. So if they're in your room, they will swap out to say things, which is really neat. Unfortunately, none of the proper crew, except for the Marines, are actually in their animations, outside of their MP animation. They'll be a great unit someday, if they ever buff them to let them actually do their job. Let's get this done real quick.
僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、ドット。
Bum 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 ba da ba da ba.
なんだと
You do be a precious son boy. I think we can literally just do more now.
大集中速度。えい、やあ。
The only foreigner who isn't a complete freak. Yep, okay, it is her. Good.
覚えたよ。ツイスト、聞こえますか？アイマスター？うん。
This is not gonna be enough because we don't have enough crit stars or whatever.
ビーアップ。
Never mind, we got it.
Shut up.
Eat shit.
Crack.
震え凍てつき砕け散る時ま
Okay,
で
that should
諦める
count.
ことは
Yep.
許さんぞ
Oh my god, it was defeat 5 kings. Yeah, 13, see ya. You might, if we're even live still at that point. Oh, okay, hold on. Why is it fucking 5 kings? Why did you do this? Hang on.
O 前は
Okay, nothing.
我が
Okay,
城の
that's
影
useless.
に溶けるしかなかろう
ロジャーカピアイマスターはあ大宇宙速度大宇宙速
There you go, there's another
度
one.
や
Kill.
命令と
ロジャーカピー
ささやかもろいもろい
Oh, Scotty, you complete failure. You utter imbecile.
なんだと命令なんだと
You caster, you, how dare you.
えいアイマロジャーカピー僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードッ
Dot.
トがスピージュ
Alright. Only 3 more.
愛そうか殺そうか
Yeah, let's just do
古
this
きルー
one.
ルどれにしようかな
えいオーケー
命令と
ロジャーカピー僕は導く
I won't have to use any of the debuffs at least.
人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
Unfortunately, king servants are only usually under. Kings are they're under servants themselves, so actually finding one
アイ
under
マスタ
normal
ー
circumstances would be rather annoying
ロジャーカ
for
ピー
multiple copies.
もろい
I
もろい
think the best case scenario you could get for that would be going to one of the dailies. If you're lucky, you might get multiple.
風が来た見届け
命令とな
Okay, there's number 3.
僕は
I
導
feel
く
like I'm gonna lose my
人
mind.
の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
震え凍てつき砕け散る時まで諦めることは許さんぞ
I'm gonna keep playing that event while I make dinner later. Get us out of here, get us out of here, get us out of here, get us out of here. Number 4. Go cutter.
愛そうか殺そうか
ロジャーカピーうん大中中速度えいや大中中速度えいや
Almost free.
見届けよ
なんだと
うん
Bum, ba-da-da-da, ba-ba.
僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
どれにしようか
4 done.
見届けよ
なんだと
うん
It's a lot easier when you can like, you're either making progress or you
僕は
can
導く
watch
人の
something in the
夢
background.
人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
震え凍てつき砕け散る時まで諦めることは許さんぞ
And last one. Get us the fuck out of here. Bum, 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 bum.
決めたよお前は我が城の影に立てるしかこういうこともできる古きル
えいおロジャーカピー
ールなんだと
僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
Problem solved.
どれにしようかなどれにしようかな
うんロジャーカピーはあ最入中速度
Kill.
覚えたよ見届けよロジャーカピー
And we're free.
僕は導く人の夢人の望みいつか僕らはたどり着くペイルブルードット
震え凍てつき砕け散る時まで諦めることは許さんぞ
There we go. Okay. Now just go out. Do 3 friend point summons. I'm okay.
夏も終わり次の季節が見えてきました衣替えの慣れた頃ほど油断
Time to sit through a really long loading screen, maybe. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out. Yep. So boring. There we go. Okay. Number 1. Number 2. Three. There we go. And
新しい
we're
戦いに向けて
out.
いろいろなサーバントを育成しましょう。小さなことからコツコツとですね。
Oh, heaven
一歩一歩。
attribute. Whatever. I probably could have found a king that also had heaven, but I wasn't thinking. Alright, let's do our little single roll here. That will give us nothing. In fact, it'll give us less than nothing. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't actually exchange yet. I forgot to hit the shortcut button.
いらっしゃい
for the
マス
exchange
ター
window.
君。カタログはこっちだよ。退屈がてらおすす神は細部に宿る。たとえ認識されなくてもね。細かな作業こそ君に幸運。
Bum 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 bum. And let's see. A single roll. Let us see what nothing we get. A CE. Hey, I think that's actually our second MLB copy. That's not nothing. Sorry, Nemo, but you had your chance. Alright. You have escaped. Congratulations. Let's head over to my room here. Oh, we're actually inside the. That's cute. You have to say go.
あまり見ないでください。この姿、こんな姿、誰でもないはずなのに。形になった罪と悪は間違いなく私のもの。
Well, that's depressing.
マスター様は売れない。
Let's see what your normal one has.
ゴッホはマスター様を文字通り主と仰ぎした継ぎはぎの怪
Boy,
物
your first ascension is depressing. Well, you're all depressing. Everything about you is depressing, but that aside. Okay. As it's after midnight here, I'm going to probably end off for the night. Because I can't speak much louder, or much longer, or louder without killing myself. So we'll be back tomorrow night with, what was it? Oh yeah, Bayo 2. No, 3. That's right. Can you tell I'm tired? We'll be back with Bayo 3 tomorrow, likely just whenever I wake up. We have our normal schedule time, but, I don't know. Depends on when I wake up. So we'll see you guys around. Take care. Or don't. Whatever. Remember to worship the old cat, I guess. I'm out of it, man. I'm gonna go farm the event war while I make dinner. I'll see you all around. Good night.